So let's rise to our feet as we receive our chief guest, the Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Education and Sports, Dr. Kedrens Turiagenda. Thank you so much for joining us. She is flanked by Honorable Magogo Moses. Thank you so much for joining us. He's also the president of FUFA. We have a board chair represented by Ms. Teresa Namwach, and the Registrar represented by Mr. Ntale Mustafa. Thank you so much for joining. So once again, I will request us to remain on our feet as we sing the anthems, Uganda and East Africa, and then we'll have a prayer. Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and goodness has appointed us to offices of service for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we gather before you today with hearts full of gratitude for the opportunity to serve. We thank you for the gift of life, for the skills and talents you have entrusted to us, and for the privilege of working together to make a difference in our community. Lord, guide our thoughts, words, and actions. Help us to serve with humility, integrity, and compassion. Grant us wisdom in our decisions, strength in our challenges, and joy in our successes. May we work in harmony, respect each other's differences, and celebrate our shared purpose. We commit our work and our hearts into your hands. Let our service be a reflection of your love and bring hope to those we serve. May all that we do bring glory to your name and blessings to those we serve. Amen. Thank you. You may take your seats. Good morning once again. Good morning. Yes, this is a celebration, and we are intentional about it, that we are celebrating the World Intellectual Property Day. And it's celebrated every year on the 26th of April. And so you are welcome to this year's celebrations. Our chief guest, Dr. Kedrens Turiagenda, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Education and Sports, Honorable Magogo Moses, Hassim, the Member of Parliament representing Budiope. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have the board chair represented by Ms. Teresa Namwach, and also the board members of URSB present, the Registrar General, represented by Mr. Ntale Mustafa, and members of top and senior management of URSB present. Our delegates and our key guests that are present, we have panelists that are going to be discussing. We have judges for the Moot competition, and we also have our partners from Max Advocates. Thank you to each and every one of you for joining us for this year's World Intellectual Property Day celebrations. This year's theme is on IP and sports. And to our chief guest, right before you came, I was just reminding the guests that for many of us, the interactions that we have had with sports are either watching sports, complaining about sports, arguing over sports. Very few of us have actually played the sports. So this day is also a reminder to celebrate those that play those that broadcast, those that market, those that license. It's the managers, the players, the celebrated people, those that are excelling as well in this field. And we are so privileged also in this regard to host the president of the Federation of Uganda Football Associations, Honorable Magogo Moses Hassim. And we celebrate him specifically because FUFA is also one of those that has taken on intellectual property and known how to use it as well for all their, all their things that they do. And not just them, but there are many others that also use intellectual property in the different sports that they are involved in. So this is a day to celebrate that, but it is also a day to talk about it, know how it interacts with the different sports that we play, know how to use it and utilize it, and how we can make money from it, how we can commercialize it as well. But like I mentioned, our chief guest, within our program, we will have a keynote address, and our keynote address speaker is also present, Mr. Mwase Moses, who is the president, Uganda Aquatics. And then we'll have a panel discussion, but more importantly, after that, we will have a moot competition, a final moot competition. This is part of the things that we have been doing to interest students in schools to take up intellectual property, to learn about intellectual property. And so we are going to listen to how would lawyers argue it in court. There's a hypothetical case that was given to them. We had semi-finals. We had 11 schools that participated and submitted their memorials. And then we had semi-finals on Wednesday in this place. And we had Makerere University, IU, we had Utamu, and Uganda Christian University. And today we'll have the finals between Uganda Christian University and Islamic University in Uganda. So that will be also happening today. So that is something we celebrate as URSP because it is the first ever moot competition in intellectual property. And so you are welcome, and at this point, allow me invite Mr. Ntale Mustafa, the Acting Registrar General, who will be delivering remarks on behalf of the Registrar General, to welcome us. And as he comes up, a little bird told me that he also has sympathies for Arsenal as well. I don't know if that is true, sir. But let's welcome Mr. Ntale Mustafa, who is the Deputy Registrar General Registries, to deliver remarks on behalf of the Registrar General.
Chief Guest, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, Dr. Kedris Triagenda, Honorable Member of Parliament and President of FUFA, Honorable Moses Magogo, our board chair, represented by Madam Teresa, and board members present, colleagues from Uganda Registration Services Bureau, our keynote speaker, Mr. Moses Mwase, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Justice, represented by Mr. Paul Muzale, our partners in organizing this event from Max Advocates and all sports federations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ntale Mustafa. I'm the Deputy Registrar General. I'm representing the Registrar General this morning. Apologies from the Registrar General. She is not able to be with us in time, but she's on her way due to some engagements that came up, but she will be joining us shortly. But she agreed that we proceed. My role is to welcome you to URSB, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and Uganda Business Facilitation Center. For some of you are here for the first time, welcome you so much. Response to our invitation. As you are aware, today, Uganda is joining the rest of the world in celebrating the World Intellectual Property Day, which is celebrated on 26th of April each year. This year's theme is IP and sports, ready, set, innovate. And the theme emphasizes the increasing intersection between intellectual property and sports. We know that sports is not merely entertainment. Mark has indicated that I'm a sympathizer of Arsenal. And it's good that he has indicated that I'm not a supporter. I mind about my health and mental well-being. I'm a Liverpool fan. So beyond the enjoyment of sports, which you watch on screen, the intellectual property aspects which we want to celebrate today. We know that sports, beyond the enjoyment we have, it comes with so many other benefits which can actually contribute to economic transformation. For example, the money Ronaldo gets in 1 month, I don't know how many years you need to make it yourself after waking up at 5 and going home at 9. The man plays for 90 minutes, and what actually gets at the end of the day is much big. So it's a source of income for so many people. It's also a source of employment. And in addition, it attracts tourism. Sports tourism is critical. So within IP landscape, we have intellectual property rights, which are worth protection. For example, patents. I know football was so much enjoyable before goal line technology came, because we could spend days arguing whether the ball entered or did not enter, whether it crossed that line. Someone came up with goal line technology, which can be patented. Video assistant referee, was it offside or the man was onside? So all those aspects which can be patented. We have trademarks. I know when we put the logo of Arsenal, without the word Arsenal, most of us will know that that is Arsenal. Same with Manchester United. So will it be the same case if Villa Jogo Salongo logo is posted here? And what makes a difference? Why would some people not easily recognize that trademark? Then we have broadcasting rights. For example, how much money is being generated from broadcasting Premier League. Image rights. Messi appearing in an advert for Pepsi. It's a lot of money, and there are intellectual property aspects in that regard. So we gather today to celebrate, to join the world in celebrating the intellectual property in IP. And also as URSB, we commit on our side to facilitate the protection of intellectual property rights in the sports sector. Of course, all those aspects, as the Bureau, we have simplified our processes. All the registrations are done online. I appreciate the intellectual property department. Most of the services are now one-day service, so you don't have to wait for so long to have a service offered from Uganda Registration Services Bureau. On our part, of course, we commit to make the customer experience better, serve you better, and also support the innovation. Our hope and prayer is that you commercialize and protect all the rights you generate as a result of sports, such that we can benefit beyond the 90 minutes of the game. The benefits can continue beyond the 90 minutes. Once again, thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate the chief guest for agreeing to preside over the function. I also appreciate the board members, my colleagues from Uganda Registration Services Bureau, particularly the organizing committee. I would request that they stand up for recognition. Mr. Mugabe and the team. Those are in charge of organizing this event. I also request my colleagues from URSB also to stand up for recognition. They are part of the broader picture we are seeing today. Also, in special, I appreciate all the participants, the keynote speaker and the panelists who agreed to be part of this event, Mr. Mwase and the team. I also appreciate our students and the universities which agreed to participate in the Moot Court competition. As you have been informed, we have Uganda Christian University, Islamic University in Uganda, and other universities which have participated. And finally, I also appreciate Max Advocates. Don't know whether they have representation in the room. Yes, thank you very much. They supported the Moot Court competition by putting up awards to be won. Once again, you're all welcome to URSB, and I really wish you fruitful deliberations and a beautiful day here in our premises. Thank you. Yes. With those few words, I've been requested to invite the board chair, represented by Director Teresa, to give her remarks. Thank you.
Our dear guest of honor, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education and Sports, Dr. Kedres Triagenda, our Honorable MP, and also the President of FOFA, Mr. Magogo, you're most welcome. My dear and fellow board members at Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Justice, represented by Mr. Mzale Paul, the Registrar General, represented by Mr. Antare Mustafa, URSB Senior Management, the distinguished guests that we have here. We have sports leadership, I see sports lawyers, sports journalists. We are happy to have you here. Good morning. I bring you greetings from the Right Honorable Francis Butajira, our body chair, who is not here with us this morning, but he has delegated me to deliver his remarks. He sends you warm greetings, and he is very passionate about intellectual property and innovations in Uganda. He would have very much loved to be here this morning. But just know that he is pushing for promotion of intellectual property at URSB, in addition to creation of the Innovators Hub that integrates with intellectual property. And he's pushing for very heavy investments in promoting IP in Uganda as a whole. So I'm going to deliver his remarks. Allow me deliver these verbatim in order not to dilute his message for you. Ladies and gentlemen, every year on 26th of April, we celebrate human creativity. This year's theme set by the World Intellectual Property Organization, Intellectual Property and Sports, Ready, Set, Innovate, is a call to action for policymakers, for institutions like URSB, and for all those who love sports. Sports is not only a universal language that connects communities, it shapes identities and builds national pride. It is a lucrative business, and intellectual property is the engine that makes that business thrive. So ladies and gentlemen, we know that patents protect training gear, trademarks safeguard team logos and athlete brands, and copyright empowers the broadcast that brings sports in billions of homes. Without intellectual property, there is no sustainable sports economy. Intellectual property therefore turns passion into prosperity, and in developing countries like Uganda, that transformation holds immense value. We know that Africa's talent has long generated value that flows elsewhere, unfortunately. But that's now changing because our youthful and digitally connected population is producing not only athletes, but also creators and entrepreneurs in the field. The recent commitment of 50 million USD dollars by the International Finance Corporation and the Propaco Finance Company is a testimony that there is growing confidence in the continent's sports economy. This we must therefore embrace. As a country, we have world-class athletes and other outstanding sports personalities. But how many of our athletes have registered trademarks protecting their personal brands? How many sports clubs have secured their logos and registered intellectual property? How many innovations developed by Ugandan sports enterprises are formally protected? Ladies and gentlemen, these are very practical questions we must address. Our country's fourth national development plan recognizes sports as a vehicle for inclusive growth. Aligned with it, URSB's strategic Plan 4 commits to making intellectual property registration faster, more accessible, and affordable. The strategy commits to reaching athletes, sports clubs, media houses, and sports enterprises across the country with intellectual property awareness and practical support. I'm pleased to note that we have already streamlined the trademark processing into a one-day service. As part of the World Intellectual Property Day, URSB has organized a Moot competition that is aimed at equipping the young generation with a deeper appreciation of the critical role of intellectual property in the field of sports. We have also launched, as URSB, a project called Intellectual Property in Schools to build an intellectual property conscious generation. So ladies and gentlemen, our message from URSB is clear. For the athletes, we are saying your talent is an asset. Please protect your brand and register your trademarks and your image rights. For the clubs and media houses, your contents have real economic value. Please build intellectual property in your business models. And to the policymakers, intellectual property investments we make today will determine whether Uganda captures or cedes the value of sports talent. Ladies and gentlemen, that's where Ambassador Butajira ends his speech for God and my country. Thank you so much for listening. On behalf of the body chair, I wish to invite the permanent secretary, the representative of the permanent secretary, Minister of Justice, to deliver his remarks. Thank you.
Guest of honor, Honorable Moses Magogo, Member of Parliament and President Fufa, the Chairman Board of Directors, URSB, Board Members, URSB, the Registrar General, URSB, members of senior management, URSB, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Paul Muzale, a Principal Assistant Secretary at the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. While Mr. Robert Kasande, the Permanent Secretary, sends sincere regrets, he has entrusted me to deliver his remarks, and I'm honored to do so, and also happy to be part of this celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to proceed to present his remarks verbatim. It is my great pleasure to join you today as we celebrate World Intellectual Property Day 2026, a day commemorated globally every 26th April to raise awareness about the vital role that intellectual property plays in driving innovation, creativity, and economic development. This year's theme, IP and sports, ready, set, innovate, is both timely and relevant. It draws our attention to the growing intersection between intellectual property and the sports industry, a sector that is rapidly evolving in Uganda and across the world. The sports sector in Uganda is undergoing a significant transformation. What was once largely recreational has steadily evolved into a structured and commercially promising industry. Today, sports bring together athletes, clubs, federations, sponsors, broadcasters, and a vibrant fan base, all contributing to national development through generating revenue, attracting investment, creating jobs, and promoting national visibility. Uganda's sports sector is increasingly making its mark on the global stage. Earlier this year, Uganda delivered a historic performance at the World Cross Country Championship, securing 7 medals, our highest ever tally, with outstanding athletes such as Jacob Kiplimo continuing to dominate globally. These achievements demonstrate not only talent and discipline, but also the growing commercial and reputational value of sports in Uganda. Yet, with this growth comes the increasing importance of protecting the intangible assets that drive value within the sector. Intellectual property rights are essential in safeguarding sports brands, regulating broadcasting content, enabling merchandising, and ensuring that athletes and organizations benefit from their talent and investment. However, it's evident that intellectual property remains underutilized in Uganda's sports ecosystem. Have you ever wondered what it takes to bring major sporting events in Uganda to life? These events are made possible through the collaboration of many stakeholders, including government, sports federations, broadcasters, sponsors, and the tireless dedication and sacrifice of our athletes who represent the nation with pride. Today, thanks to modern technology, a goal scored in Nambole or a race won on international stage can be watched and celebrated in real time across the country and beyond. However, this progress is not without challenges. The piracy of sports content using illegal streaming, unauthorized broadcasts, and unlicensed distribution continues to undermine the sector. It deprives broadcasters and investors of revenue. denies athletes the full economic value of their talent, and ultimately affects the quality of services delivered to fans. It is therefore both timely and commendable that government has taken decisive steps to strengthen the legal framework through the proposed amendments to the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act. The Copyright Amendment Bill represents a critical milestone in addressing piracy by enhancing protection for broadcasters, creators, and rights holders in the sports ecosystem through enhancing the offenses. By strengthening enforcement mechanisms and adapting the law to the realities of modern technology, the bill will significantly contribute to curbing piracy, safeguarding investments, promoting fair returns, and ensuring that innovation in sports is properly rewarded. This progressive reform demonstrates government's commitment to building a sustainable and commercially viable sports industry, one where intellectual property is respected, athletes are finally compensated, and fans continue to enjoy high-quality, accessible sporting content. Additionally, the National Intellectual Property Policy 2019 provides a clear framework for addressing these challenges by promoting the creation, protection, and commercialization of intellectual property. The task before us is to translate this policy into practical outcomes within sectors such as sports. I therefore commend the URSB for its proactive approach in organizing this year's celebrations. The planned engagements, ranging from interactions with sports stakeholders and youth-centered initiatives such as the inter-university Moot competition, are well aligned with the objective of building awareness and capacity. These initiatives will not only deepen understanding of intellectual property, but also foster a culture of innovation, respect for rights, and strategic management of intangible assets. As government, we recognize that a proper intellectual property system is essential for economic transformation. The Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs remains committed to ensuring the legal and regulatory environment continues to support innovation, protect rights holders, and promote fair competition. I call upon all stakeholders in the sports sector to embrace intellectual property as a strategic asset. Let us invest in protecting our brands and innovations, and in turn building institutions that can sustainably manage and commercialize sports. If properly harnessed, intellectual property can elevate Uganda's sports industry to regional and international levels while creating jobs, attracting investments, and inspiring our youth. I thank you for your attention, for God and my country. May I now take this privilege to invite the chief guest to address us.
Thank you very much for ushering me in. The president of FUFA, who also is our honorable member of parliament, Moses Magogo. The representative of the permanent secretary, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The chairperson of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. The Registrar General and your representative, the core staff of URBSB, our keynote speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to join you today as we commemorate the World International Property Day 2026. We thank the Almighty God for His grace, which has enabled us to gather here, but also which has made us to be Ugandans. I hope you are so proud like me to be a Ugandan. Uganda, the pearl of Africa, the center of the world, the best in the world. I'm so glad to be one of them. I wish to appreciate the Uganda Registration Services Bureau for organizing this event and for the continued leadership in promoting intellectual property as a driver for innovation, enterprise, and national development. The whole concept of intellectual property is a concept we've had from creation. Because human beings were created in the image of God, with the capacity to create, to innovate, to change things. And you and I know that the rest of the world understood it earlier and ensured that they have systems that can protect what their citizens innovate. I'm glad that Uganda has now come on board as well. So I want to congratulate URSB for taking the lead in causing this to happen. This year's theme, intellectual property and sports, ready, set, I almost said go. But it is ready, set, and innovate. It highlights a linkage between sports, the creativity that is contained in sports, the technology that can be generated in and through and for sports, and the enterprise. I'm happy that those who came before me did quite a good job on this, so I'm not going to say a lot on it. But you and I know that sports today extends beyond competition and performance. It also encompasses branding, design, broadcasting, merchandising, innovation. It has a lot that is part of what we now call sports. So intellectual property provides the framework through which such ideas, such products, such creative outputs are protected and valued. When we were growing up, we had a few sports: football, netball, the Mwesoro was there, but not very common. There were not many. But now, it's a whole world of things that can be done under sports. And some of them actually pick from what Africans used to do naturally, but now they can be refined and protected because we are the only ones, the Africans, who can have them and do them. So we have a lot now to do, and therefore the need for protection and adding value. In the education and sports sector, we consider education, innovation, and sports as one thing because we consider quality education to be holistic, to be the education that develops a young child and a young person in all aspects of life: the mind, the capacity to think innovatively and creatively, to solve problems, to be literate and numerate, to be able to interpret what is written by other people and convert it into what works for us. That's one aspect of quality education. The second aspect is the real human being. The real human being who has compassion for other people, who is able to work in teams collaboratively because he or she appreciates that he can't do it all alone. A real human being who can now take lead and allow others to develop under him or her. That is part of quality education. And the third aspect is the whole bit of competencies and skills and the capacity to translate what you know in your mind into something tangible and practical. That is what we define as quality education. It's not the grades on a piece of paper. So to us as education and sports, what we are trying to work on with URSB taking the lead is very critical. Because this young person, this little baby, some of you have children and babies, they're extremely creative. They are able to do things and you think, how did he or she think about it? Because naturally we have the creativity in us. So what the school system does is to now develop that and empower this young individual to know, I actually am capable of this and I can go ahead and use it. So the orientation that is aligned with the direction of education reforms in Uganda is that we want people to know that there's no failure. Each person has some competence. And we are doing it through what we are calling the competence-based curriculum. It was launched in 2020, starting with O-level, with S1, but it's spreading through the levels because we are tapping on the ability of each individual, their creativity, their problem-solving skills, their innovation, and their practical application of what they do. And this includes their capacity to get involved in various aspects of sports. Schools are therefore expected not only to prepare learners for assessment and get a piece of paper, but to develop their capacity to think critically, create, and respond to practical challenges in society. These new ideas that are generated by these young people, at whichever level, it can be primary, it can be high school, it can be university, it can be post-university, all of them can now find their home in the framework of intellectual property. And this is very exciting for us. So it is encouraging that pragmatic steps are already engaging to promote intellectual property awareness in institutions of learning. I want to congratulate you, URSB, for thinking about this. Because we have about 15 million people in our system. And because Uganda is a young nation, as the recent census indicated, I hope you all picked the summary of that census, which confirmed what we have already known, that Uganda is a young nation. More than 50% of us, if we take the 46 million at the time of that report, are below age of 18. These are children before school, preschool, primary, high school, and post-high school. Below age 18, imagine, about 23 million. So if there is an effort that that is meant to help people appreciate a concept, going through the education system is the best strategic, most efficient way of doing it. So thank you for thinking about it, and maybe you would need to have an IP on that, on being creative to have that happen. So as the education sector, we are excited about it. We are looking forward to young people knowing that if I go at home and I don't have money to buy the football, and I can make one and it has the same strength of bounce like what we buy in the shops, that can be recognized, many more young people will stop falling out of school because they will appreciate that they already have something that they can contribute for their personal development, family, community, but also for the national development. Equally relevant to us is that we are focusing now on TVET. As you may all know, last year in March, we had our TVET Act commencing, having been assented to in January of last year. And this TVET system is a system. It's a system that is intended to help all of us Ugandans to know we have skills and to demonstrate them and to have them certified when we think we should. So the TVET system is going to help all of us think again, think more, think better. And we are working with industry because it's an industry-led system to see how what we know can be of value. As a nation, we have a very good vision. I know all of you know it. It's a vision of transformation. We are meant to, by 2040, we are meant to have had our nation transformed from what we used to have 16 years ago when the vision came in place, which was described as peasantry, to a modern and prosperous Uganda. That's the ambition, that's the vision we have as a nation. And for that to happen, it requires the education system to give products to Uganda who have appropriate competencies, right values and attitudes, who love themselves and love their country, and can now have their energies and their innovations converted into products. This effort of recognizing what people have done and can do is very, very important. In sports, we are moving forward, and some of it has been said by my brother from Ministry of Justice. And as you all know, we are all warming up to host AFCON. I'm sure most of you came to Namboli for Chan. And we are doing what it takes to see how we can provide the basic facilities in schools and in the communities where young people can exercise their skills and talents in sports. And I'm sure the sensitization on intellectual property and how what they can do matters is going to add value to what the education system is trying to do. So greater awareness, stronger systems, and closer collaboration among institutions of the learning, sports actors, and private sector are very necessary to allow us realize what we see as a clear entry into the world of real sports and get the benefits out of sports. For teachers and instructors in institutions and lecturers in universities and coaches and other institutional leaders, for them to appreciate this system will be catalytic in making these ideas refined, innovations guided, and we shall have a flow without having any conflict. So their contribution and their part, the various people involved in education, their clear understanding of what we are trying to do under intellectual property is extremely important. And I want to request that URSB, when you are thinking about getting into schools, you look at all these stakeholders in education and bring them on board so that they can now, where you are not, be able to carry on with the effort that you are trying to put forward. So as I conclude, I would like to say once again that the Ministry of Education and Sports values its partnership with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau and other stakeholders. Slightly less than a year, we were sitting in this hall as the permanent secretaries and accounting officers, and just to make it known to all of us that the focus of government now is not the silo way of doing things. Education, you are legal, you are, we are looking at the whole of government approach. The whole of government approach. Even now, as we prepare for AFCON, that's the approach we are using. So wherever you are, whatever you are doing, know that you are part and parcel of this one great country called Uganda. And whatever you are doing to make my work easy will make it easier for you also where you are. So I would like to say that we are excited, we are looking forward. They have already visited us in our senior management and sensitized us at that level. And we look forward now to coming up with real programs on how this sensitization into the schools, on both the education benefits through the academia and research, but also the sports benefits can be realized as the different key innovations and creative activities can be recognized for the individuals who come up with them. So as our nation progresses, we would depend in large measure on the ideas, the talents, and the innovations of its people. Intellectual property provides that framework for protecting that potential and translating it into long-term national benefits. One of you came before me, mentioned it. People come here and find our fine crafts made by uneducated grandmother. They buy it as a craft. They take it where they are going, and they just adjust something small, and they call it their own. They get the intellectual property when it's not theirs. So all these great things we have around us, if we can help people appreciate and we help them to know, so how do I get recognized? What do I need to do to make it the unique thing that it is? Then we'll have a lot of money from what we do. So with those many words, with the teacher in me, allow me now to take this singular honor to officially open the World Intellectual Property Day 2026 celebrations here in Uganda. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for hosting us. May God bless you all, for God and my country.
Another round of applause for our chief guest. And for the reminder, not just even in the sports area, but also education and even at the charge to URSB in terms of what should be done as well. But it's not just for URSB as well, but all of us have a part to play in this to ensure that all our children from the ground up just understand these concepts as well as they keep growing within the education system. So thank you to our chief guest, Dr. Kedrin Sturiagenda. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion and opening the celebrations officially. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her one more time. One of the things that I use sports for is to define the kind of wealth that I want to have when I grow up. And so one time they asked me, how rich do you want to be? And my answer was, I just want to be able to play golf. Those of you who know, you know. People who play golf, I've been told the Golf Association is also represented. People who play golf play it at times when all of us are in office. To be able to play golf at that time determines the amount of wealth I want to accumulate. So I want to thank sports as well for defining that for me and giving me a wealth to reach to. We're going to have a few photos, and I'm going to ask the communications and media team just to coordinate this, and we'll have a first photo, and the photos will be taken on the platform here. The first photo will be with the representative of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, a board chair, the Registrar General, a board member, and also the chief guest to just come up to the platform to take a picture. Our chief guest, a representative of the board chair and the board member of URSB, the Registrar General as well, yes, and Honorable Magogo as well. The next picture, we shall be joined still by the same team, but I know we have representatives from the National Council of Sports, and if you are a president of a sports federation as well, if you're representing a president of a sports federation, please do come up for a picture. Representatives of National Council of Sports present, and also any president of a sports federation that is here, please do come up for a picture. I've seen cricket, I know there's, I think, volleyball present as well. There's rugby, there's hockey, there's netball. You are the ones we are celebrating today. Yes, and our keynote speaker, who is the president of Uganda Aquatics as well. Right after this, I'll ask those representing the federations to take their seats, and then I'll ask members of senior management, URSB present, to please come and take your picture. The original team will stay down, but I'll ask the members of senior management, please do hurry up and take your picture. So we have our commissioners present, and we also have our assistant commissioners present. And after this picture, I know that there are schools that are represented, particularly those in secondary school. Please do come up and take your picture. Right, I've been told the schools are, we were overwhelmed by the numbers, so we actually have an overflow room, and many of them are there. So in the meantime, we'll have the students that are in the Moot competition. Please do come up and take your picture. Those that participated, those, if you're here, you submitted your memorials, you were part of the whole process, part of the semi-final, and also UCU, so UCU, IU, if you're here, Makerere, Bishop Stewart, there's Gulu University. These are the students that have been participating in the Moot competition. Argued all their cases very brilliantly. Are there more students? Ah, yes, there's some more. Just and then we have our partners, our key partners. I'll ask the students to sit. Max Advocates, who have been here, as well as our panelists. We have Shadir Musa, we have Leon. You can just come into this picture as well. And the judges, who will also be judging. This is, oh, the students. The students are ready? Okay, let's have the students. Are the students here from the secondary? Yes, you can please join. From university. We also have students here. As you can see, many of them have come in their uniform. And as part of the picture, our chief guest, we have the representative of Uganda National Students Association present as well. He will join in the picture. So let's have our students just, some of you can stretch just here, just come. After this, we shall have a picture still with our partners who have been helping us with this, Max Advocates. We also have Commissioner from NIRA present, panelists as well as, and the panel judges. Please do come up for your picture. Dr. Kakoza, Mr. Brian Kajubi, who are the panel judges today. We have our panelists, Mr. Ojakol Ivan, Shadir Musa, Leon Senyange. Mr. Mwase, you can join this picture as well because you will be on the panel. Thank you so much. So I request us to have I have been told there is Joyce Santa for shea butter. Joyce Santa, is she around? She's one of our very important stakeholders. To our chief guest, we have been working with the community that has been trying to get this registration going on for the geographical indication, and she has come all the way to participate in the World Intellectual Property Day celebration. So thank you, Ms. Joyce Santa, for being a part of these celebrations. from the Shea Butter community. Thank you so much. We can have our seats. So to our chief guest and our distinguished delegates, we are going to go into the next part of our program, which is a keynote address by Mr. Mwase Moses. Mr. Moses Benon Mwase is a senior legal practitioner and sports administrator, serving as a senior partner at ALP Advocates and CEO of ALP Professional Services. He is the vice president of the Uganda Olympic Committee and president of Uganda Aquatics. With extensive experience in sports law, governance, and administration, he has led legal and policy reforms across multiple federations. Mr. Mwase holds advanced degrees in law, finance, and sports management from global institutions. He has served in key national and international sports roles, including the Olympic team leadership and global aquatic committees. So we are going to have a keynote address from Mr. Mwase, and right after the keynote address, which will be brief, we'll have a panel discussion moderated by Mr. Leon Senyange. So let's welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Mwase Moses.
Thank you, sir. That's good. Our chief guest, Dr. Kedres to the agenda, our PS from the Ministry of Education and Sports, the representative of the PS Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Mr. Paul Muzali, the board chair of URSB, represented by Madame Teresa, the Registrar General, URSB, represented by my good brother and friend, Mr. Mustafa Ntale, and senior management team members of URSB, colleagues from the sports fraternity, and there are many here. I think Honorable Moses Magogo has been recognized several times, but I can see several counterparts. The president of Uganda Athletics, Mr. Dominic Otuchet, gymnastics, Madam Harriet Aya, I think SPK runaway, Mr. Komakech. I've seen Evelyn, the CEO of cricket. There's several people here, and I think I'll get in trouble if I start mentioning people. Colleagues from the legal fraternity, and I've seen many of you are legal practitioners. I've seen Dr. Anthony Kakoza, Brian, Ivan, and several counterparts, so it's very comfortable here indeed. Members of the media fraternity, I always have interesting conversations with these colleagues. I can see Clive looking as if he has not seen me, waiting to attack me at every point. But yes, we enjoy the illumination of the work we do by the media fraternity. Clive, Silvano, Maktoum, Jackson, Leon, several of you are here. And again, if there's some people who are a little bit far away. Esteemed athletes, and I think I've seen Shadil and several of you here, and also members of different leadership bodies of sporting federations, our schools, representatives of students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's both an honor and a privilege to address you today at the invitation of URSB as we commemorate World Intellectual Property Day 2026. And the theme before us, IP and sports, ready, set, innovate, could not be more timely. In the past, our sector of sport was viewed purely as recreational, but we all know that this is no longer the case. Sport is now driven as much by intellectual assets as by athletic performance, because it's also a multi-billion-dollar global industry. So, permit me by beginning by thanking URSB for choosing sports as the focus for this year's celebrations. And Madam PS, we thank you for honoring this invite to, again, emphasize the importance of what sports can do. Now, before I get into my remarks, I'd like to note that there's a big problem. I was informed that I was going to speak for a whole hour, but just before I walked here, Mr. Leon Senyange said, no, you can't talk for an hour. Keep it very short. So the first problem I have, Madam Chief Guest, is that I'd prepared comprehensive talking points, which I'm going to find a way of paraphrasing with a lot of difficulty. But as I talk today, I hope I can talk a little bit about how intellectual property transforms sport through commercialization, the global statistics. And since this is a digital age, I cannot tell you lies. You can fact check everything as I talk. You have got AI and all sorts of tools at your disposal. And that's the era we live in now. As people are talking, others are fact checking. So we'll have a quick conversation on global statistics, on commercialization. And then, of course, we needed to delve a little bit into recent cases that have touched on commercialization and how this space is changing. And again, I need to be careful knowing that this room is full of people from a diverse background, so it shouldn't get too legal. But also, what is our legal setup, our framework? What are the areas of concern? What are those areas that require some transformation? So it's a bit of comprehensive, but I'll do my best to compress it. And I can see, I've put on my timer here. I'll be keeping contact with MC to make sure that I don't overstay my welcome. Right, so I think as we're all aware, intellectual property is that visible thread that weaves, and I can see some jerseys here, some sports jerseys. So it's that intellectual, it's that, thread that weaves the jersey that you wear, the technology that tracks the heartbeat of an athlete, or the broadcast signal that brings our different sports into the living rooms, as we've heard many of us have been watching sports in living rooms. Globally, sport has evolved into a much more sophisticated commercial ecosystem, and this is purely enabled by intellectual property. Trademarks protect team names, logos, and event brands. I think all of you have heard a certain sports personality joins a certain club, and immediately the sales of jerseys hit the roof. Copyright protects broadcasts and media content. Patents protect innovations in sports technology. And we've seen recent innovations in sports technology. Shoes, wearables, competition wear, and all sorts of stuff. Image rights finally protect the commercial value of athletes. So as many scholars have observed, intellectual property safeguards the business and commercial aspects of sport. And it is this that enables stakeholders to monetize their assets effectively. So without intellectual property, it's my view, and I think everybody should agree, that sport would struggle to sustain its commercial viability. Talking of commercial viability, how does intellectual property transform sport through commercialization? I cannot help but recognize that Madam Registrar General has joined us. You're welcome, Madam Keynote. Pleasure to have you here. So, how does intellectual property transform sport through commercialization? First, is through branding and identity. Sports brands drive enormous value from the identity. And these brands usually belong to federations, clubs, and to some extent athletes. They drive enormous value from their identity. Trademark protection ensures that these identities are not diluted or misappropriated. For instance, branding is rigorously protected while merchandise licensing generates substantial revenue streams. I remember our friends in football who are struggling to protect their jersey. They do one jersey, and then when the Uganda Cranes is playing, you find all the jerseys have been replicated by clever people who also want to ride on that brand. So indeed, trademark systems enable sports organizations to control and commercialize their identity across borders. Secondly, is broadcasting and media rights. Copyright is the lifeblood of sports broadcasting, which has generated the largest revenue from broadcasting rights protected by law. And I'll give you some statistics in front there. Thirdly is athlete image rights. Athletes themselves are brands in their own rights. Their names, likeness, and reputations are commercially exploitable assets. And it's these image rights that enable athletes to get endorsement deals, control the use of their identity, protect against unauthorized exploitation. And it's these rights really that will allow our athletes, the Shadir Boj is here, our superstars, to commercialize their persona through endorsements, which turns, them to worldwide phenomena. The fourth is innovation and technology. Innovation in sports equipment, analytics, and performance science is protected through patents and trade secrets. From swimwear technology to wearable performance devices, IP devices continues to allow innovation to thrive in sport. The last, perhaps, is on the global value of intellectual property in sport. Now, the figures are a bit mind-boggling. I myself struggle to understand them. Recent research demonstrates that the global sports industry has generated approximately 174 billion US dollars in annual revenues, and this is linked directly to intellectual property assets. That's in 2025. 174 billion US. My mind cannot quickly wrap itself around those sorts of figures. These revenues come primarily from three sources, as I'm sure you're aware. Number one is broadcasting rights. Number two is sponsorship and marketing, and the third is licensing and merchandising. And there's several scholars that have confirmed this. I was watching a TV program the other day about how FIFA changed its broadcasting rights. Many, many years ago, FIFA used to hire this out, and then they realized that they could monetize this. So they set up their own outfit, their own company, and they have never been the same. I'm sure, as you all know, there's no one richer than FIFA in the world. They're even richer than the International Olympic Committee. So this confirms really one critical point, that modern sport is not driven by ticket sales. Sometimes you see many people flocking Nambole, going to where? Mustafa, what is the other team which you like? That team. Football can cause problems. Let me not identify people by teams. Yes, but modern sports is not driven by ticket sales, where we're going to those stadia to enjoy that game. But it's driven by intellectual property, and you'll see the evidence. First, broadcasting rights is the largest revenue driver. Broadcasting rights alone are the largest revenue driver in this ecosystem. For major events, over 50% of revenues often come from media rights. The second is sponsorship and branding value. Sponsorship deals underpinned by trademarks generate billions globally. The Olympic Global Sponsorship Program, for instance, it alone generates over 40% of Olympic revenues. The International Olympic Committee recently completed its most successful cycle, and that was the previous quadrennial of 4 years, 2021 to 2024, which included a bit of the Tokyo Games, and then Beijing 2022 Games, winter, and Paris 2024. And from that 4-year cycle, they generated 12.4 billion. So, like they say, the theory has been tested. There's proof in the theory. I'd like to give a quick example of the Nike and Adidas examples in terms of brand value for sports intellectual property. I think you know that there's very many brands, but the biggest of them all is Nike, number 1, and Adidas, number 2. The brand value of Nike currently is $31.6 billion US. The annual revenue is 46.3 billion. And they've been experiencing declines, they've been having challenges in China and some other global markets. The annual revenue of Adidas is $28.1 billion. Their operating profit is 2.3 billion. So you can imagine these figures, and this is at a global value. If I can turn a little bit to broadcasting deals, and this European football, which we mostly like. And I think Mr. Antari told us here that when we should be able to name some of our local teams. Sometimes I'm shy to quickly identify with the team because I would like to be able to name all the football teams in our top league before I can identify with a team. But if I can give you an example of European football, which is the biggest in terms of broadcasting deals. The European football broadcasting market is currently defined by, I think as we might be aware, it's a 2-tier landscape. And the English Premiership maintains a massive, of course, financial dominance. The English Premiership alone enjoys a domestic revenue of $2.12 billion. $2.12 billion. That amount is difficult to understand in shilling terms. That is followed closely by La Liga, which is the Italian league, the Bundesliga, which is the German, Serie A, Liga, the French one, Ligue 1 is at the bottom. Now, that is Europe. If we go to the US, the figures become even more mind-boggling. The US has got very interesting figures as far as we are concerned. The United States sports broadcasting market, being the most lucrative in the world, with rights, has rights valued at over $22.4 billion annually. This ecosystem is currently undergoing a massive transformation and is having to deal with some tech giants that are equally getting to the area of sports. Networks like NBC, CBS, Fox, ESPN, etc. are throwing their hat in the ring. The biggest output in the United States, as I'm sure your phones are telling you, is American football, the NFL. The NFL is responsible for the biggest broadcasting revenue, not just in the US, but also globally. Total media rights, approximately 110 billion. Annual broadcasting income, $12 billion US, between 12 billion to about 12.5 billion. Revenue concentration, so the figures are really something that we need to contend with. That is followed by the NBA, Major League Basketball, National Hockey League, Major League Soccer. So the United States is also is the world leader when it comes to these figures. In terms of sponsorship rights, in 2026 alone, the landscape of global sports sponsorship was characterized by some record-breaking rights and long-term kit partnerships. Crypto.com Arena, in terms of stadia, if I could talk about the biggest stadium naming rights, where the LA Kings, LA Lakers and the Kings meet at the Crypto.com Arena, their broadcasting deal costs 35 million US. Bayer Leverkusen at the Bay Arena, their biggest stadium naming rights deal here in Europe, has gone for a whopping 32.4 million US. Total contract value, 650 million. You have got other deals where the figures are quite something to deal with. In terms of athlete endorsement, again, this information is openly available. We have seen that athletes have enjoyed endorsements from big brands, and this again helps to improve their income. Information indicates that the biggest endorsements right now, you have people like Stephen Curry is a basketballer. You've got LeBron James, Lionel Messi, and others enjoying massive amounts of money. So who usually benefits the most from intellectual property? I think that's a question we need to put. First, event owners. These are usually the biggest beneficiaries, organizations like FIFA, the International Olympic Committee, which organize the biggest events on the globe, enjoy most benefits in terms of finance, of course. Clubs and leagues, athletes, sponsors and broadcasters are also in the queue for enjoying benefits. If we could take a brief case study on the FIFA, maybe an IOC example in terms of IP commercialization. FIFA, for FIFA, approximately 88% of their World Cup revenue comes from broadcasting rights. Just so you know, 54% of that is in marketing rights, and 54% is broadcasting, and 38% is in marketing rights. So you can see that FIFA is essentially an IP commercialization entity. They have understood the importance of commercializing intellectual property. The IOC enjoys over 40% of its Olympic revenues from sponsorships and their partnership program, while remaining maintaining other revenue streams, but clearly also a commercialization of intellectual property. So, as I indicated earlier, FIFA is significantly outpacing everybody on the globe in terms of revenue, and this is driven by several factors, but the main one is that they've understood what commercialization of intellectual property means. And there's some interesting figures that have already been projected in terms of previous World Cup, the coming World Cup, and previous ones. But now I recognize that I'll be boring you too much with statistics, which you can pick yourselves. But we could go a little bit to Africa. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of figures when it comes to Africa. They are from selected pockets. The trend points towards rapid growth in broadcasting deals and sponsorship, especially football. As you know, football is leading. The African sports economy is valued at approximately $12 billion US. That is a projection that has been put especially for 2026. But in 2026, it's hoped that it will exceed, about 20 billion by 2035. So while Africa currently captures less than 3% of global sports revenue, it is still growing fast in terms of the regional market. And like I said, football remains the dominant commercial force. But of course, we're seeing ventures like NBA Africa, which are also beginning to come up. I hope all of you know about NBA Africa. In terms of the most valuable sporting leagues, I think all of you should know by now, you have got the Egyptian League, about 166 million euro. The South African League, the Betway Premiership, they have the Moroccan League, Botola Pro, the Algeria one, and then the Tunisian leagues. We hope that our Ugandan league, can begin to climb up the ladder, so it can also be mentioned in this group. The South African League is considered to be the most commercially viable from information available because it also offers the continent's largest championship prize of about 1.3 million US. And of course, you can also tell the big clubs on the continent. You have the famous Al Ahly from Egypt, Sundowns, Pyramids of Egypt, Orlando Pirates, and you can see many of these are from South Africa. Zamalek. I hope that at some point we can mention Mukwano Gwabanji, our local teams. Jogo. I don't mention Mukwano Gwabanji. Okay, Jogo. What do we have in Uganda? I think all of you know that our law has recently changed, and I'm not going to dive into that. The National Council of Sports and the government recognizes about 51 federations. Until recently, 45 of those managed to come through, the 6 sport codes. So we're also in the process of ensuring that this space is rearranged. So our sports subsector is entering a period of record funding, as we've noted, and we recognize, of course, that we are heavily reliant on government, but with the coming AFCON in 2027 and the chant that we already had, as our guest of honor indicated, our funding trend is changing. And the records indicate that we have received a record amount since this subsector has existed, 508 billion Uganda shillings. But on the global scale, you can see that this represents just about $137 million. So it's a step in the right direction, and yet there's a lot more work to be done. Infrastructure is growing, federation grants are increasing, so there's hope, and we thank you, Madam PS, for recognizing the importance of funding sports more. But in terms of intellectual property, there's not a lot of data for Uganda, so it was going to be very safe to use football as a case study. As you know, FUFA has generated the most amount of money. FUFA has been celebrating 100 years plus of existence. There's not many people that have been around for 100 years plus. Not even our government, not even Uganda. I think Uganda is younger than 100 years. The records show that FUFA has generated about 600 million annually from sponsorship, and yet they feel they can do more. Recent deals that many of you might know about, they've had deals with MTN sponsorship. That was about close to 20 billion when they took on the Uganda Cranes and other properties. Airtel was half that. Star Times, about 2.5 billion. Nile Breweries, 4.4 billion. NIC, and several others. But FUFA clearly has led the way as far as intellectual property commercialization is concerned. And this demonstrates that brand ownership and all IP-based revenues driven by broadcasting rights, sponsorship rights, and licensing are viable. And the records also speak, to match day revenues. But we also see that FUFA is also investing in women's football, in futsal, and other performance-based IP models, which are also meant to bring in more money. So Uganda is beginning to see early stages of athlete IP commercialization. We've seen that our individual athlete sponsorships are growing with increasing endorsements, which are tied to visibility, performance, and national branding. And I can also not help but mention Uganda Athletics, and it's good that Bishop Dominic, as we call him, is here. We call him the Golden President. Uganda Athletics enjoys athletes from Uganda Athletics. They enjoy stars that brought us global recognition. And I need not drop names. I think you all know who I'm talking about. But we've noticed that most have limited intellectual property revenue capture. On the whole, by the way, most of our athletes do not structure image rights formally, if at all. Also, federations have their own properties, and we recognize that this has been captured in the law. Federations and associations rarely register trademarks systematically. And I think the representative of the board, the URSB board, talked about that. We do not commercialize, and I'm part of this ecosystem. We do not commercialize broadcasting rights, nor license merchandise. In terms of our revenue structure, Ugandan sport largely depends on government funding, as I indicated earlier, and donations on a limited sponsorship, which is often unstable and non-contractual. Ugandan sport earns very little from media rights, licensing, or merchandising. And this creates a lot of untapped opportunities. So our sport can unlock value through, number one, event branding, two, athlete branding and endorsements, 3, regional broadcasting deals, and lastly, sports tourism. And I think Dr. Turajenda talked about that. So globally, sports generates a lot of money, as I indicated, from intellectual property, and yet here at home, the same assets, our athletes, our competitions, our brands remain largely unmonetized. The difference is not talent, ladies and gentlemen. The difference is how we protect and commercialize intellectual property. Turning to legal cases that have been handled recently, and these are not too many in this area, I think many of you can identify with the recent case of FUFA and various local manufacturers of 2023, which highlighted the struggle against counterfeit jerseys. I think I talked about this. And we recognize URSB's role in registering these marks, which has been pivotal. Without enforcement, the commercial value of our national team's kit and other outfits of the Federation, properties of the Federation, will remain vulnerable to ambush marketing and piracy. At least URSB has acknowledged this. The landmark case of 2024 with respect to image rights, I think is also something to talk about. I think most of you are aware of the Proline case, Proline Soccer Academy versus MTN Uganda and FUFA case, where the High Court was very extensive in explaining that federations do not inherently own a player's image, but these rights are vested in athletes themselves. So I'm curious to hear how this conversation is going to flow. And of course, we recognize that this came around the time we got a new law, the National Sports Act. And of course, we recognize also that this recent ruling has impacted this decision has impacted Ugandan sports fundamentally in terms of how we recognize image rights. In terms of the Africa region or continentally, we've also seen some courtroom battles against ambush marketing. There are examples in South Africa and elsewhere. I'll avail this presentation so that we can read the details ourselves. I see I have pushed 30 minutes and I would like to begin to wrap up. There's also many cases that have been adjudicated on the global stage. Again, in the interest of time, permit me to skip these over, as I'm sure it's information you can avail. But if we can quickly talk about our current legal framework, to effectively support the modern ecosystem, our law here in Uganda requires a bit of a review. And I think we've already recognized that the National Sports Act has taken steps, and the regulations, they've taken steps to begin changing that. They've introduced significant reforms, but I think there are certain things that can improve a little bit, especially the laws on intellectual property. Number one, there's absence of statutory personality rights. Currently, image rights are not explicitly defined in any Ugandan statutes. Instead, they're protected through the common law doctrine of passing off and the right to property, which is also recognized under our constitution. So the lack of this specificity creates a bit of a fuzzy legal territory for athletes who experience challenges when they negotiate endorsement deals. I think that's something that we can look into. Second is the non-copyrightable nature of some of the sporting events. Under our law, again, a sporting event itself is not considered copyrightable. Only the capture and transmission are protected. So the effect is that it limits the ability of an organizer to claim ownership over the live experience, outside of a broadcast contract. So I think this is something also that the law can look into. We have also noted that there's low IP enforcement and awareness, but this that URSB is doing, I think, adds to the awareness that is much needed. I believe more can be done, but we must commend URSB for setting up this kind of a forum and the Moot and supporting our students to have a conversation in this space. So there's a significant gap between the existence of laws and the enforcement. Many bodies fail to renew trademarks, and this really leads to trademark squatting, as it's called, trademark squatting by third parties. Additionally, athletes sign contracts without separate clauses for playing rights or image rights, which sometimes leads to exploitation. But we've also seen secondary market gaps. Current legislation does not specifically prohibit or regulate the unauthorized reselling of digital tickets. And we saw this during the high demand of events like Chan 2024. So I think there can be areas of reform in the law that we can look at. Potential modification areas could include codifying personality or image rights, again, so that we just move beyond the passing off, adopting protective mechanisms that are similar to the European Union for sports-specific data. Thirdly, modernizing the Copyright Act, the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act. And we've noted that there's an amendment bill, which is, I think, proposing staffer penalties. We hope that it can also look at things like expedited takedowns, where people live stream things illegally. This should help to protect broadcasters. We also need to operationalize our arbitration in the National Sports Act, but also to fast-track the formation of national sports arbitration panels. We note that the government, I think, has been asking us for information to send to them in terms of who can arbitrate. But yes, we also hope that these panels can be independent to avoid potential conflicts of interest. So I also looked at progressive examples around Africa, but again, in the interest of time, I propose that I do not go into these. But South Africa has got laws that you can borrow from. So Madam PS, if you can encourage our policymakers at the ministry to take a look at South Africa, at Kenya. Kenya has a digital enforcement mechanism, but also the European Union has recently come up with a database of rights and some directives that offer a unique protection for investments made in this area. The United States has also been very focal and progressive. Some of their laws should be helpful. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to bring my address to a close. And in doing this, I'd like to, first of all, recognize that intellectual property is not just a legal hurdle. It is the fuel for modern athletes' journey. And when we protect intellectual property, we're not just protecting paperwork. We are protecting the dreams of a young girl, maybe in Kapchora, a young boy in Jinja somewhere. You can replace this with wherever you come from, and the economic future of our country in general terms. For Uganda to be truly ready, set to innovate, I propose 3 actions. Number 1, we need more intellectual property literacy for athletes. Our athletes are our main actors because they're the ones in the gyms, they're the one on the field of play, they're the ones that really we're all here to support. So we need more IP literacy for athletes. Athletes must know that their face and name are an asset. A contract signed without understanding image rights is a career cut too short for them. Number 2, we will need a specialized legal framework if our government can look into this. We ought to continue to harmonize our National Sports Act with IP laws to ensure that clear ownership of sporting data and innovation is supported. Thirdly, we need more investment in technology. We need to support local techpreneurs, developing our sports tech, so that we can also have more innovative ways of ensuring better performance, but also allowing people who have a lot of who are innovative to thrive. So the opportunity is enormous, ladies and gentlemen. Uganda already has proof that IP works, and I think, as I demonstrated, football and other federation, rugby, I should have mentioned rugby, cricket, and the rest have shown us that the model works. There's billions in sponsorship, broadcasting, and partnership rights. The challenge now is to replicate and increase the success story across the entire sports ecosystem in Uganda. And this will be by protecting, structuring, and commercializing intellectual property. If Uganda gets the IP story right, sport can become a major economic sector and should contribute greatly towards the development of our country. And I think our guest of honor talked about NDP4 which should be for all of us our driving force, the true north. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for listening to me. And with those few words, permit me to take my seat. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Let's appreciate Mr. Mwase, who has also given us some mind-boggling figures of intellectual property and how this plays out in sports as well. Ladies and gentlemen, because usually when the father of the home arrives, we have to give some time as well for the father to just greet the guests. So just before we get into the panel discussion and before the chief guest also takes her leave, just want to invite the Registrar General in just about 5 minutes to greet us before we get into the panel discussion. So let's welcome the Registrar General, Ms. Mercy K. Novisho, an IP expert, and rumor has it, a loyal Arsenal supporter.
Thank you very much, our MC of the day this morning. Thank you, my dear brother Moses Mwase, for doing justice to that keynote address. It was totally comprehensive. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate such experts in Africa. I almost said my Lord. Okay, my Lord, our chief guest, Dr. Dr. Kedres to the agenda, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports. You are very welcome to URSB. Our board chair, Madame Teresa Namwach, representing the Right Honorable Butajira Francis, you're very welcome. Our dear board member, Madam Jackie Kiza, you're very welcome. Allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been given, since I've been given only 5 minutes. We are happy to celebrate intellectual property and sports this year. And I really don't know why the World Intellectual Property Organization chose again intellectual property and sports. I don't know whether they knew that at around this time, my team since 1999, Arsenal, would be going through a season. As Christians, we trust that seasons come and go, but we shall remain faithful. Arsenal Jew. Oh, Honorable Magogo, I recognize you so very much. I'm not sure this team you support internationally, but we also support the local teams. Our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, intellectual property and sports has been given the foundation since morning from the speeches. And I wouldn't want to dilute, because the Deputy Registrar General in charge of registries and legal affairs, Mr. Antale Mustafa, did deliver remarks on behalf of the Registrar General. And I heard from Mr. Mwase the global and the regional approach on the subject matter. But when he was speaking, I was just taking notes. And it took me back to my childhood memories. The sports that we knew as children. It was life, it was joy, and it was community-based. Many of you, apart from the Gen Zs like Mark, may not understand this language of playing okwepena. Dulu was associated with toughness and boys, then nugget for the girls. Hide and seek, though it was also associated with insecurities for the girl child, especially those that hid in real places like banana plantations. We played as young people, but we also saw some sports on TV, wrestling, boxing, and so on. And we also played football, those of us who followed boys. And our football was not, the kind of ball that we used was made out of banana leaves, and later it was promoted to Kavera, polythene, which is against the environment. We had no sponsors then. We had no logos. We had no endorsements, deals, but we carried on world-class sports. We played, we played cards. I don't know, we called it Chinese. You cannot challenge me on that. Even the way we used to compete, to distribute. The skipping rope. The games that ruled us as young people. These were not only just games and sports, they were innovation hubs at a local level. And then when it came to school sports, Madam Chief Guest, I am still traumatized by my primary school exposure, because in physical education, girls were made to remain naked apart from the underwear. Yes, that was our generation. It was so traumatizing that even now I think that if there was social media then and photography, and these pictures leaked today, I don't know why some of us would hide. Thank God that there was no internet then. But we played with the boys, we were in mixed schools. They saw us naked. I remember I was walking somewhere, and one of my OBs said, I saw you even in PE, what are you saying? So, but that identity, I'm glad has turned into sportswear. We didn't have sportswear during our time. Our sportswear was just the underwear. The Gen Zs must be saying that they missed, but you did not miss anything, we were still young. But later we also saw sports becoming more organized. The athletics, the relays, I used to run in relays, javelin, the volleyball, the netball that we played so good, baseball, I played for the school team in baseball, football, handball, long jump, high jump, cross country, and so on. I'm trying to localize because others gave the international and the almost regional level discussion. This exposed our talents, and we also embraced mind sports and indoor sports. The chess, we have a national chess player, Madam Naziwa, where are you, Caroline? Our own star. She's not here, Assistant Commissioner, Insolvency. She's one of our stars. Then the Ludos, of course, the snakes and ladders come later, the table tennis, which I was good at as well, pool snooker, and so much. And we have seen Uganda rising in as far as sports is concerned. And as we celebrate today, we remember that our generation grew around open community setups. Remember the community fields? The dusty attires that we went with at home and your parents beat you? The shared fields in the communities that promoted discipline, networking, confidence. Some were captains in those teams, those spaces. But sadly, we no longer see these community fields. Of course, they've been turned into shopping malls. A number of them have been turned into local markets. We now see the upcoming sports arenas that have these artificial turfs. They are beautiful, yes, but they are commercialized and apply to those that can afford because you have to pay. So the fields that were once free, Madam Chief Guest, are no longer available in our communities. And I don't know how the young person of today trains, either within their small space, but it was accessible space for the ordinary local community children. They played, we played, and we dreamt and grew around those spaces. And now the big question as I move to a close is, where is intellectual property in all these sports things? It has already been mentioned. Sports and intellectual property are deeply connected. That football club's badge, like Arsenal and the others, is a trademark. The jerseys that was talked about by Mwase are designs. The match broadcasts involve copyright matters. The new boots that we utilize and see, the safer helmets, the fitness devices, the timing systems, the performance of technology, all this involves patents or utility models. The famous athletes' names are signature celebrations that bring on image rights. Those slogans carry a lot of commercial value, as our speakers mentioned. The tournament logos, the mascots, the merchandise, the apps, the gaming content, all rely on intellectual property systems that even as we are ready, we set and innovate. This is also reflected in the branding power. So we need to all join efforts as we consider the value of brands in the sports sector. They hold a huge economic power, and that power can only be protected by the intellectual property system that we have here in Uganda, and we have very conducive laws. So to the entrepreneurs, to all sports communities, to the coaches, the fitness innovators, and all the stakeholders, we celebrate you today. And I would like to appreciate our team. I know the Deputy Registrar General has already appreciated. A number of activities have been carried out during the week leading to this celebration, breakfast meetings with different stakeholders. And I think my team was even about to invite spouses of sports personalities because they touch almost everywhere. Spouses suffer from a lot of conversations on sports, so they should be also engaged in these matters. But today, as we celebrate, let us remember talent. Let us remember the commercialization of intellectual property. Let us remember the people that put a lot of effort in intellectual property. Let us remember that child that is playing with bare foot today may become the Messi of tomorrow, a global star if given space, support, and the system. Let us also remember that sports unite nations. They heal divisions. You've heard all what has been happening and the mockery of my team. It builds discipline and also inspires hope. We are hopeful. Even when your team is beaten, we are hopeful. It's part of the training. So let us remember that innovation is not only in the laboratories. Innovation is also in the coaches' tactics, an athlete's training method, a designer's jersey concept, a coder's sports app, and a young child creating a football from the plastic bags or whatever material. And I would like to appreciate the young community, the young people. I'm told we have students here. We appreciate you. We appreciate the fact that you can listen into these conversations. I want to thank you so much. Let this day remind us of the value of creation. Let this day remind us that innovation has value. Let this day remind us that sports is not only entertainment, it's a business, it's identity, it's culture, it's an opportunity for all. Let this day remind us to move from spectators to creators, from consumers to innovators, from limitation to invention. And finally, let us remember this day that even when your team loses, miracles happen. Sometimes tables will turn. So let's get ready, as said, and innovate. I want to thank you all for your attention and participation as we celebrate the World Intellectual Property Day. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the Registrar General. And since this is live, happening live, we hope that this message can also be passed on to Michael Ateta. But RG, you can take comfort in the fact that just like this room, London is red, and at least you'll have that. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate the Registrar General. So like I mentioned, we are going to get into our panel discussion, and our first panelist is already here and has been introduced, our keynote speaker, Mr. Mwase Moses. And allow me just introduce the rest of the panelists as they come up and take their seats. Next up, we have Mr. Ojakol Ivan. He is a partner at Matrix Advocates, where he heads the sports law practice. He has represented athletes, federations, agents, and rights holders in broadcast and media rights across regulatory bodies, tribunals, and courts. His expertise in sports disciplinary governance, eligibility, and sports intellectual property disputes. Ivan is a published scholar with articles in peer-reviewed journals and authors the weekly Sports and the Law column in the Daily Monitor. A frequent media commentator, he has spoken at global forums, including the International Bar Association Conference, and is pursuing a master's in sports law. And I would want to say Mr. Ojakol was also my president in law school at Uganda Christian University. So it's a pleasure to have you here, sir, as well. Let's appreciate Mr. Ojakol. Next up, we have Mr. Shadir Musa Bwoji. He is a Ugandan boxer, captain of the national team, the Bombers, and chairman of the Athletes Commission, EXCOM, at the Uganda Olympic Committee. He began boxing in 2004 under his late father's guidance and later joined East Coast Boxing Club. Bwoji made his national team debut in 2014 at the Nyerere Cup in Tanzania. He has represented Uganda at major events, including the Games, including the African Championships, African Games, Commonwealth Games, and the 2020 Summer Olympics in 2025. He won Africa Boxing Union Super Middleweight title. Let's appreciate Mr. Shadir, who I must say definitely looks like a boxer. We'll have the moderator, Mr. Senyange Leon Solomon. Is a sports administrator and journalist. He's an accomplished international sports journalist and administrator. He previously hosted the Sports Bar on NTV Uganda and worked with SuperSport covering regional football and rugby. His reporting spans global platforms including CGTN, SABC, and CNA. A CNN Multi-Choice Africa Award winner, he has served as Vice President of USPA. Senyange is also a 7-time National Rally co-driver champion and chairs the Sporting Commission at FMU. He holds an MBA, is pursuing law, and is a pioneer of sports arbitration initiatives in Uganda. And Mr. Senyange will be moderating this event. And finally, it is our distinct honor to introduce our final panelist, who is Honorable President Magogo Moses Hassim, who is the president of the Federation of Uganda Football Associations, FUFA. He holds a bachelor's in science degree and electrical engineering from Makerere University. He is the member of parliament for Budyope East, Buyende District, serving from 2026 to 2031. He has a number of positions in FIFA. He is a member of the FIFA Innovations Committee, the FIFA Football Administration and Management Instructor, former member, FIFA Security and Integrity Committee, 2015 to 2017, former FIFA Transfer Matching System agent for Uganda. He has positions at CAF as well, first Ugandan to hold a CAF executive position in 2017. He was co-opted onto the CAF Executive Committee in 2017 by CAF President, and he was elected as CAF Executive Committee member representing the East Central Zone from 2019 to 2023. He's the former chairperson, CAF Futsal and Beach Soccer Committee, former member, CAF Organizing Committee, and Inter-Club Championships. Nationally, he is the former chairman FUFA Licensing Board, former Chairman, FUFA Marketing Committee, former Secretary, FUFA Competitions Committee, former member, FUFA Executive Committee representing Kampala Region, former member, AFCON 2012 Mobilization Committee, former member, Board of Directors, Nachivubo Memorial Stadium, a former member, Board of Directors, Mandela National Stadium Limited. And he also has a distinguished playing career with Mutundwe Lions FC and Kinyara Sugar FC. He also owns Kampala Queens FC, which is a women's football club playing in the top league in Uganda. And I've been informed that he is the chairperson of the ICT committee in Parliament as well. And let's appreciate Honorable President Magogo Moses Hassim. So I'll invite Mr. Senyange to take us through this enriching panel discussion. And remember, after this, we have a moot competition lined up. So let's welcome Mr. Senyange.
Sure, thank you very much, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Now, I must say there's quite a lot for us to discuss here today, but we'll try and pack it up in quite an amount of time, limited at that. I come from motorsport, so definitely we know things to do with time. Without much further ado, I would like to ask anybody with or involved with sporting federation, association, club, or anything sports, please put up your hand. Including my panelists, please. Including my panelists. Thank you very much. Shadil as well. Oh, the hands are down. Okay, no problem, no problem, no problem. How many of you have registered anything with URSB? Less than 12, huh? Less than 12. And that is where we pick up our conversation. And I will definitely throw the first question to Mr. Mwase. We only had 12 hands up, all from the sporting federations and sporting fraternity and sector. Speaking earlier, you delved much into the internationals and the regional. The reflection here is about things Ugandan. What are we not doing with regard to IP?
Thank you, Leon. I intended to delve a little bit into that, but you kept giving me bad eyes, Leon, so I had I was hoping we would talk about that here. But on a serious note, I think, in my view, there's little awareness from our ecosystem. I doubt that many people are aware that they can actually protect their properties. We've been having a conversation at the National Olympic Committee to also protect our properties. We have rebranded, we have done several things and delayed a little bit. and yet we recognize that we are fairly aware. So in my view, I think there's little awareness. I heard Mr. Muzale talking about the national IP policy framework, which we have. So some of these things I think exist in a space where many of us here in this room, and in general terms, the federations or associations do not operate. So I think we need to come up with some kind of a mechanism that will amplify, the importance of registering our properties, but also explaining. There's also a phobia that these things are costly, that they're expensive, which I do not think they are. I could identify those as the two main concerns. A little awareness, and I think a phobia for approaching experts that can help us to register properties.
Sure, thank you very much. The phobia, I think, in part has been dealt with. If you picked the brochure, I trust everybody got one. There definitely is an area you can check on. For those that didn't put up your hands, please, after today, we have officials here that can help you with that. But the phobia aside, I think other federations have been able to take the steps they're in. And I think I'll speak specifically for FUFA, for instance, who have been able to trademark a couple of things, then heavily been involved in the IP elements, broadcasting rights, and so many other things. Honorable Magogo, the difference between what Mr. Mwase is saying and possibly what FUFA has been able to do stems out of the knowledge acquired from the international body, CAF as well, or just from within internally FUFA, or just as much as the demand for properties within football to fall within the IP scope?
Thank you so much. Can I also take the opportunity to say good afternoon to everyone? I think a little bit of that and a little bit of something else. It is indeed true we've captured and taken advantage of our association from our international affiliation of how football is managed all over the world. And this information has intentionally been extended to the federation here by FIFA and CAF. So we take advantage of that. But also the lack of awareness that indeed it's true, not so many people in the space of sport in this country. We spent a lot of time doing sport. But sport should be defined in three areas for us where we stand from. There is the sport on the pitch, but there's also the sport in the business rooms, because you need resources to run sport, but you need the sport itself on the pitch. And the two things have to be brought together by governance and control systems. So for us in football, that's what we call the trinity. You have the governance, you have the sport, but you need the business to be able to exist. But also maybe what I can mention is that it also depends on the different federations and what they have been trying to achieve. And in terms of the products they put out there, how marketable are these products? Football, of course, takes advantage from its popularity world over. But again, however much you want to protect, however much you want to commercialize, there must be also the demand out there to make sense. I don't think it's just a matter of saying, let us protect. There must also be the demand outside there, which must be created through branding, through the way you present yourself before the market. So for me, it's a little bit of that, and then a little bit of also how much you make your products as much wanted as the customers or the fans out there.
Well, thank you very much. Branding, a key factor therein with regard to how much you can exploit the commercial viability.
But
by
Senyange,
yes.
sorry, can I just add something little?
Yes, please.
That we have also been challenged that in the past, these organizations we are calling federations, these organizations we are calling clubs that are supposed to be the entities that eventually register the properties, were themselves loose. They were not legal personalities themselves. For you to be able to register the property we're talking about, you must be a personality yourself. And it's until the National Sports Act has come into place, federations were just associations, loose bodies, and of course clubs were as well loose bodies. So who was supposed to come into the registration to start with? But I think this is getting addressed.
Absolutely. And of course, therein the importance of the National Sports Act, quite much taking a toll on the national sports federations and associations with meeting the compliance requirements. But yes, it's work that is definitely required to absorb the legal aspects of the existence of these federations. But I'll go back to the branding aspect that you had spoken about. And we have Shadil Musa Boji, a boxer. For those of you that don't follow him on Instagram, you're missing out. The effort to brand yourself has indeed been put in, quite something therein. That is a personal effort. You speak for athletes from the Ghana Olympic Committee and as an athlete representative. What are you doing different, possibly that the other athletes are not doing or actually need to do?
Switch on first. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, with athletes and sports, you have to get a team first. So most of the athletes or sportsmen, they're lonely or they're loners. They don't have teams. They just come maybe to fulfill what their intentions feel like. Someone comes and is passionate with, I want to be a boxer. I will only go to the gym, train, and is doing the same routine 24/7 every day, every time, without anything changing. So it becomes difficult for them to manipulate people to know what exactly they want to do or they are pushing. So if you get a team and you put everything together, you get a coach, team manager, you get your personal assistant, and your media personnel. Everyone has his own way is pushing in your image or your goals to be fulfilled at one point. So I think most of the athletes lacks organization or teamwork. They don't have teams.
They don't have teams.
Yeah.
Gorola Moses did it, not so? Shadil Musa is doing it. Alan Okello is doing it. Several others are doing it, but I think there needs to be a lot of work to do in trying to put athletes out there. Mr. Ojakol, picking again from what Shadil here says, and I would want to throw you to the economics of this kind of business, possibly. As a person from the legal space and the ability to interact with athletes or even still organizations, sporting organizations they're in, do the economics of sports in this country facilitate, diving much into the IP aspects, or, there has to be a reconsideration around our sports culture, how much revenue can be generated or can be anticipated to be generated?
Thank you very much, Leon. I want to say no, the economics perhaps do not support it. Why? Largely, the ecosystem is amateur. So what does that mean? That means that even when I have a brand, sometimes as a superstar rugby player or football player, it is a balancing act. I want Clive Chaze on his YouTube to broadcast me and what I was doing, the flicks I was doing today on the pitch. But also on the other hand, I'm like, okay, at what point am I going to earn money? Maybe when the big brand comes in, like, I don't know, I've seen Alan Okello with Black and a couple of others. So it's a balancing act because of the ecosystem being amateur. So there's a bit of, IP at its strictest can be very draconian. And also, at the end of the day, I want to put my name out there so that I can get market value and teams come for me because they have seen my clips all over. I recently had a very interesting discussion with Philip Okorach, who told me, the rest of us knew Philip Okorach. I mean, I've known him from high school. I've been watching him dazzle the rugby sector for a while. But he told me until he went to India for some tournament, and those TikTok clips that went viral is when certain clubs started getting to know about him. So for us, we think we have known him all these years. We've watched him. We think he's out there. But now is he going to come up to some TikTok and tell them, please don't post my things, please, So it's a balancing act, and it's a bit of a trick as far as the enforcement of IP is part of our is concerned because of the amateur ecosystem. But also beyond that, we have an issue, and some of it is political, others is just fear, a very interesting fear of the unionization of sport. IP can never be enforced from an individual perspective. And that's why, for example, in our IP laws, we have these collective management organizations, etc. The reason the POPs, these guys are enjoying their IP, I'm a gamer, I like to play my EFC, formerly FIFA. The reason these guys are enjoying all of these rights that come with being on these video games or other view is because they have Fifth Pro and many of these international players' unions that have helped them organize. And others can be, they license their rights to them and they help them market them to whoever wants to use them. So we have issues like those. We don't have unions, or whatever unions are there, for whatever reason, not very organized, or are afraid of certain things I do not know. So we have things like those that affect the ecosystem. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, wonderfully, definitely. And again, talking about the unions, as of last week, the Uruguay Footballers Union had bargained 4% revenue cut from the broadcasting rights within the Uruguayan Football League. It had taken them 10 years to achieve. The union in Uruguay is approximately 80 years old. 80 years old. Strong foundation therein. Mr. Mwase, do we have as much in Uganda? Player unions, are they being encouraged by the federations or associations, or the political elements therein are affecting these players, coming together for what would be a collective bargains in regard to revenue sharing?
First of all, Leon, why are you watching Uruguayan football? you went a long way from home. But anyhow, research, like somebody says. Make research.
Make research.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware that we have got a strong collective bargaining framework here. I think collective bargaining is thriving in other aspects in sports. I think that's something that we will see grow. And I would like to agree to a large extent with my brother Ivan on the fact that the ecosystem, because of its predominantly amateur level, has not seen these kinds of things thrive. Collective bargaining and having professionals coalesce around certain aspects of sport is really a creature of professionalization. So we are seeing some growth in this area, but it will take us a couple of years for us to have an industry, to have a critical mass that can have unionists to push for a specific industry is something that will take a bit of time. For now, we can just dream and hear about in other sectors, and we need to start now planting the seeds so that professionalism really grows.
You are seated next to Mr. Shadil. I believe in a couple of meetings you get to interact at the UOC.
Right.
And he represents athletes. Mr. Shadil.
I was going to add on before.
Yes.
One of the things we are pushing is, maybe that's a question you want to put to Shadil, but we're using athletes forums as some kind of collective bargaining, measures or yardsticks. So it's not the true collective bargaining forum, as you would like to call it, but we are finding pockets and using athletes, committee pressures, commissions pressures, so that the biggest, stakeholder, the athlete, is not left behind.
Shadil, how much are you demanding from the UOC? What percentage? The conversation is on. Mr. Mwase told us earlier there's billions in sport. What percentage? But anyways, how are the athletes doing it? What are those things that you're discussing with the board members therein to see that there's at least some financial benefit that comes in to the athletes' bodies through the organization that you represent?
Always discuss about image rights, because that's one big thing in sports and to athletes. That's where we earn from. But suddenly, our sports federations are not pushing this so much, so that every athlete should be owning from his or her image rights. Because at the end of the day, when you look at international sports, we're looking at big brands and big names. Look at Cristiano Ronaldo. Even if he's not at the pitch, he's earning per minute. Look at the Floyd Mayweathers. They're earning insanely because of their image rate. And some of them are actually retired, but they're still earning and earning so much also when they are active in sports. So I think athletes, we have to come together. Maybe we form an organization for athletes only, and we see how we can come up with plans, maybe of reaching out to federations and deservers what we're supposed to get.
Talking about that, in 2023, you stood your ground.
I wanted to pick up on that,
yes.
What Shadi is saying. We've also recognized that the law has set up a new regime for being a sports promoter, a manager. So again, it's something that we are looking towards ensuring that it becomes operationalized. Yes. We've been encouraging athletes to understand what it means to be a brand. We've also noticed that, first of all, many of our athletes do not know that they are the brand themselves.
And again, that is where I would really want to pick the conversation with Shadil.
Okay.
In 2023, you stood your ground on a contract that had been presented to you as boxers by the Boxing Federation. And therein was a couple of clauses that seemingly took away everything rights for you as athletes. Was it a hinge of knowing your rights, or it was a feeling of, I think we are likely to be fleeced from this, and so we now need to make the noise?
Of course, on my side, I knew my rights, because I'm an educated sportsman, and I know what my image rights can provide me. But suddenly, my colleagues, most of them were green about that, and I had to stand there as their captain to see that at least I can fight or I can raise a voice so that they understand what they can get from their image rights and what are the image rights capable of giving them or getting. So at the end of the day, I ended up falling into troubles, fighting with the federation, and at one point I think I was banned, known to box in Uganda, so I had to be traveling to go abroad and box and then come back. But I thank God that the things we always talk in small rooms, thinking that only the roof are hearing us, but at the end of the day, they come out in light and people get to know about it. They started the campaigns, and that took me straight to Uganda Olympic Committee. I had to engage in the President, Mr. Mwase, and Mr. Donald, and the Athletes Commission at large to see that we fight this that is affecting the games, and I managed to fight it, and I won the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Shadil. At least the conversation on image rights therein for the athletes, possibly collective bargaining there, has not started now. It has started a couple of years ago, and a classic example therein. Thank you very much for that work, Shadil. Now, elsewhere, FUFA. It's a simple one. Proline versus FUFA and MTN, a classic example. Locus classicus in intellectual property discussions in Uganda. On appeal. What were the lessons learned from that experience?
Leon, allow me just make a few remarks on what Shadil and Mwase were raising.
Yes, please.
From another angle, from other lenses. First and foremost, we talk about rights, but we don't talk about value. It is one thing having your rights, it's another thing these rights having a value. Because at the end of the day, the money that pays for the rights must be coming from the market. Now, we need to look at how much is the market paying for you to be able to say, these are my rights. Because you can have them, go back home with them. They don't make sense if the market is not buying. Now, I'll give you an example that one of the most lucrative properties, commercial properties in the market, in Ugandan market, is the Uganda Premier League. Maybe it's the most expensive one. How much are we selling it? About 2 billion Uganda shillings. If you got this money and divided it by, without looking at other expenses that teams have to travel, teams have to do so many things, let's just be hypothetical and just divide it to players. Every player would get 400,000 a month. So we also have to look at what is the value versus the rights we are talking about. Because I'll speak from a federation's point of view. You want to own your rights as a player. Thank you so much. But I have to identify you, I have to prepare you, I have to present you. for the competition before you become the brand that you are supposed to be. So the conversation should not just stop about my rights. It should also go to how do we make the rights valuable. Maybe to conclude on that, let us look at another factor. Uganda's advertising spend, which I last learned, and this is where the money for rights is supposed to come from, was 1,300 billion Uganda shillings. The total money available by the different brands to use different mechanisms, call it advertising. But then we have a challenge that Ugandan fans are passionate. They love the athletes. They love the sportsmen. But the reality is that they don't have loyalty to the brands that are actually paying to the sports commercial properties. Now, if, let me use MTN, came through and said, okay, we are putting this amount of money. It's a business. They want to make more sales. Now, if the fans who are very passionate to these athletes are not buying as much because these guys have come, then it doesn't increase on the value of how much they can bring on the table. And therefore, what eventually trickles down to go to the athlete is also going to be limited. So we have a duty to fight the mindset that fans must be loyal. Today, if MTN stopped financing the Uganda Cranes, are their sales going to go down? The reality is that maybe not. So at the end of the day, yes, fans out there, you love your athletes, you love the sportsmen, but how much are you buying or how much are you going to the brands that are associating with your love? But finally, how do the brands also understand how to use sport to promote their brands? You realize that in this country there is low appreciation of how sports commercial properties, like the athletes, can be used to be able to promote the brands. Let me just conclude on your question so that you don't say I didn't answer.
Thank you very much for that one. Please.
If you allowed me to.
Please.
All right, thank you so
I
much.
definitely love to hear what your thoughts are.
I think the challenge here, again, hinges a lot about what I've been saying. That what do federations sell eventually to sponsors? What you sell eventually are going to be the players. Because these are the actual properties that go out there. So what happened in that case, a classic one, was that FUFA, together with MTN, advertised that there are going to be matches in Mandela National Stadium. Fans, can you please come and watch? And how do you advertise matches? Definitely, you use the faces of the players. Because at the end of the day, these players are the ones who are going to play, and the fans have to pay to come and watch these players. Now, in that case, when FUFA was selling to MTN, we sold inclusive of using the players to be able to advertise. So we're advertising a property that fans we are going to buy, and whatever we collect from these sales, again, we pay players because they're entitled to be paid. So it's a classic one that at the end of the day, where does it start and stop? But I think that happened in an era before the National Sports Act. Right now, as we speak, I think there's been some addressing. I had Moase saying it can be refined to make it better, which I agree with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Magogo. Therein, of course, one of the picks from that matter was that the image rights belong to the athlete and only them can allow for them to be used. But how many of you know the number of billboards between Fido Dido and Nambole that have sports athletes or sports personalities in Uganda? There is a problem.
And Leon, maybe just to make your case better, or your question better, is that in that case, the judgment was based on the inherent ownership of the image of a Ugandan, not even an athlete. That Leon, whether you're an athlete or not, you own your image rights. That's where the judgment was coming from. But again, there was within the sports regulations, we had already regulated ourselves from FIFA. When do you use the image of the player? If the player is used individually, those are his image rights. The moment you combine them and therefore, now that belongs to the federation. But there wasn't any marriage between our sports regulations and, of course, the laws of the country.
Wonderful. Heavily emphasized. And there have been a couple of contestations therein. I think Yasa Mugerwa and Star Times having a bit of a dispute of placement. But yes, like I said, there are possibly 2 billboards that carry athletes in Uganda. That is Michael Wokorach at Chadondo and the Uganda Cranes players at the Nambole roundabout. So there's quite a lot of work to do in value addition to the athletes themselves and also the federations and the corporates that would want to seek to leverage on the popularity of the athletes. Mr. Ojako, do the rights belong to the player, to the athlete, or they are my rights?
Which ones?
The image ones.
That is very important. The National Sports Act defines image rights as part of commercial rights. Then it goes on and says commercial rights are owned by federations. Already problematic, right? Importantly to note, though, National Sports Act came out before Proline versus FUFA. In Proline versus FUFA, Justice Mubiru was very, very outright in saying that an image right belongs to you. Like Mr. Honorable Baguga said, to you, the person. It is yours. Actually, he even went further to say that these are not even sports rights. They're not even sports law rights. If anything, if you have an image rights dispute, you should not even go to a sports law tribunal. Like a Sports Act says, go to a sports arbitration tribunal. You go to a normal court because it is a human right issue now. You're moved from a sports matter to a human rights issue. Your right to privacy, your right to publicity. So, as per that decision, and as per worldwide trends, image rights belong to the individual player. Now, back to what Honorable Bagu has talked about, and that is one of the contests. The guys at Kampala Associated Advocates, who I know are representing MTN and have appealed, are arguing that the judge was on a frolic of his own, and those are not some of the issues which are below him, before him, and he just decided to be activist and go into things which are not before him. I don't know if FUFA was part of the appeal also, or has also appealed. But a group photo, again, he pronounced himself on that and said that for a group photo also, the standard practice has been, and indeed this is borrowed from the English FA and a couple of other international federations, that in a group, yes, those image rights belong to us, but of course there must be some consent before. So in other words, when you're through your club, when you're signing up to play for the English Premier League, there should be some proper consent. But as long as not one person is more prominent than the others. In other words, if it's Alan Okello should not be a bigger picture because he's a superstar than the other guys. They should also be like at the same height, literally, put them at the same level and everything. So that seems to be the standards. And I don't know if, I've not seen the memorandum of appeal, I don't know if that is also going to be addressed. Hopefully the Court of Appeal can help us with that. But that seems to be the practice. Because to be honest, like Honorable Bagoga said, there's a balancing act, especially in this part of the world. And in as much as we sports lawyers want to advocate for athletes, sometimes the value, we're in an amateur setting. So it's a balancing act. It's a balance. Of course, I believe there should be some bit of trickle down, especially if a guy is a superstar. I mean, a guy like Karashadi, if we're still playing, that is a superstar. Not everyone.
He would be on a build-up somewhere.
No, there should be some star players. Not even, like my client, Ivan Magom. Unfortunately for him, he's still fighting, and that's a story for another day.
The battle will go on.
But one day we shall get justice.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so the image rights as per global trends, as per Proline versus FUFA belong to the player. And also, interestingly, in fact, when contracting in the professional leagues, you find a player who will sign an employment contract separately from an image rights contract. So that is how serious they are. And for example, sometimes there have even been clashes. You saw Mo Salah and Egyptian Federation. He had an endorsement deal with Vodafone. They wanted him to advertise for a rival. But because it's Mo Salah, eventually he prevailed over them. But the argument of English Federation was that you have signed our rules of conduct, code of conduct, you've agreed to whatever we're giving you. So yeah, so federations lumping up his rights as theirs because you're playing for a national team. And of course, many times they hold it up as what's that famous idiom? The sort of gobocals. Yeah. Hanging over players' heads, and if you don't sign, we're not going to summon you anymore. It is a player's right, and a player has to consent, and thorough consent, not just merely ticking a box, but be properly explained to him in order for him to agree. Yes.
Things of consent will appear in the Moot session. Do not miss that one. It's coming up after the panel discussion. It's a hot discussion therein about consent agreements, image rights, and broadcast rights. Talking broadcasting rights, Mr. Mwase, from Aquatics Uganda. Sold any? Or we are just swimming on the TV? And FUFA has. They've just made mention of 2 billion Uganda shillings. It's quite a good cash-in. Have you?
First of all, before I answer that very difficult question, I am still provoked by the Proline case.
Yes, please.
First of all, that case has presented problems for us, federation administrators, many problems. But it's true when the judge says the image right belongs to the athlete, the person. But you see, if from a practical perspective, from a person who is running a federation also recognizes that you are responsible for creating the content. Okay, you create the content, and then the athlete also takes part in, the content or opportunity you've created. So I think it's that balancing act that we really recognize has got to be managed, especially in the amateur setting that we subsist in. Practically, we've had to look very closely at the contracts we give our people. So imagine you've got people who keep turning up. We've got to include clauses where they agree, and I think Ivan has really emphasized the importance of them understanding that once they sign, they have agreed that you can use that image right. We live in a time where people are suing, we're quite litigious, so you don't want to wake up and people have created some strange case, like this Proline thing, really, to make trouble.
It's a good one, though.
Yes, so I think we have to, as sports leaders and administrators, we have to be very progressive and also very careful the contracts we prepare for our athletes so that they do not turn around and say that, look, you are making money off me, you are taking advantage of my image rights, and I'm not a beneficiary. Many a time, you're actually using their images to advertise competitions, not necessarily making money off it. But I think if there is a money-making opportunity, I think the athlete really should benefit.
Broadcasting rights.
Broadcasting rights is where you want me to go.
Yes. Is swimming in money?
Swimming is swimming, not yet in money a lot. We are talking to Jack Shorts there of Bogerere and a couple of other people who have expressed interest in us.
Yes.
But also we are making sure that we provide a value proposition that also will make a broadcaster interested in our product.
Great. Mr. Magogo, how have you been able to navigate the broadcasting rights? At some point, there was a conflict between the national broadcaster and relaying Uganda Cranes games. Then also the National League therein, FUFA owns the rights there, but a couple of channels, GTV, GoTV, Star Times, now then Sanyuka, then now FUFA Media. How are you juggling this business of broadcasting rights?
Leon, again, I'll steal a minute of your time to say that Ivan here, he owns his image right as Ivan. And to me, as a sports person, they have no value because he has nothing he's putting up there. So he can own his rights. So for you to define image rights to a human being, a human right, you should also complement it to say, why are you Alan Okello? It's because there was a cost to identify you. There was a cost to develop you. There is a cost before you become who you are. That value you're talking about, I've made a contribution. Let me conclude by giving you an example. I own a football club called Kampala Queens. I spend my personal money to give these girls an opportunity to play football. So now one of these girls eventually becomes a star and is supposed to sign and say, hey, wait a minute, these are my rights. Yeah. But how have you become who you are? Is because I've spent my own personal money to make who you are. So until we address the issue of value, we will go to courts, we will get such judgments, but they're not solving the problem. At the end of the day, the players would want to go and play, but they need money to be able to go and play. And they're saying, well, this source of revenue should not be tapped, so even the rights of the players will not make money. But let me get to the question of the broadcast. I think one of the biggest sources of revenue in sport is broadcast. And until we understand it and how it works, it is always going to be a challenge. Look at it this way. At the end of the day, you are home, you are wherever you are, but you would want to watch a sports activity wherever it is. What do? You are supposed to tune on TV or streaming or whatever it is. But how does it get there to start with? It takes the athlete, like we are talking, because he's the one who goes onto the pitch. But there is a huge humongous cost called production, that you need cameras and very expensive cameras. Production for sport is not production for wedding. It's extremely expensive. Actually, the cameras you're going to use do not have any other purpose apart from that. We're talking about racing cars. We're talking about a size of a stadium. These are huge, expensive things. Now, it's not only production, there's also transmission. How do you leave the stadium to reach your sitting room? It's another humongous cost. So by the time you're switching on the TV to watch, somebody must be paying that cost. And that is going to be you who is sitting in the sitting room by either subscription, but sometimes people want to watch, let me switch on UBC, it's free to air, and I'm supposed to watch a league match. So who has paid all that cost? Who is paying the athlete? Who is paying the coach? Who is paying the cameras? Who is paying the transmission? And then you'll go in your sitting room and sit on and say, we are supposed to watch. I think we need to understand that there's a huge, humongous cost. That's why quality sports events are not free to air. When you want to watch the Premier League, many of you have been talking about Premier League clubs, and I don't support any. I don't.
Yeah. I actually saw... Oh, Mr. Magogo, please.
Can I qualify that?
The internet does not lie or does
Can
not
I
forget.
qualify that? I used it too and I stopped. I support Sports Club Uvira. Sports Club Uvira,
yes,
the best club in the country. So, the whole thing is that at the end of the day, quality sports events, call it the World Cup, the English Premier League, and all these things we're talking about, you pay. You'll either go into a bar and buy a beer. Actually, you are paying at the end of the day. And my discontent, maybe why I stopped supporting some of these things, is simply because what are you doing, all of you Ugandans? What you're doing is you're getting your money, and in this economy, paying for rights to the subscriber. This money is collected. Eventually, it is taken to England to pay for the rights. Actually, you are importing. Now, when I looked at that, I think I realized that we have a job to do to make sure that Ugandans are able to buy Uganda. Bubu, as we say. Otherwise, as we speak, whoever is supporting these clubs, and it's your right, understand that you make your economy weaker. You do not help your brothers and sisters who are in sport. All you're doing is actually supporting something else. And some of you who have traveled, you know that how much it will take for you to get the visa to go to some of these countries. You are not even welcome. So at the end of the day, let us support Uganda. Let us support Ugandan athletes. Yes. Let us support Ugandan clubs. They are our brothers, and they are good. They are talented.
Uganda Jew.
They are talented. Just imagine that some of them who have gotten an opportunity to go to the world scenes, they have been able to perform well. We have won in athletics, in boxing, even in football. The other day we beat France in the World Cup. So these things can be possible, but you need a lot of investment, and the investment can only come from you fans, paying subscription so that you can get quality broadcast in your sitting rooms, and then the athletes are also able to benefit from that.
And we shall win the Africa Cup of Nations 2027, right?
Inshallah.
Fantastic. Honorable Magogo, what is the conversation around IP and the Africa Cup of Nations with Uganda hosting therein?
Well, in football, things are defined and cut. Everything belongs to the creator. The Africa Cup of Nations is a creation of CAF. They have created the brand, they have grown it, it is what it is, so they own every right associated with it. It's our duty as hosts, and we guarantee this when we are bidding, to say we will protect you. So it's the duty of the government of Uganda to ensure that there is no infringement upon usage of anything to do with AFCON without the consent of CAF, because they cannot come here and enforce it. So for me, it is the associated benefit, and I think I'm happy to be living at this time that so many things are coming together. We are having infrastructure being put up we have never dreamt of before. We are having the Sports Act and the conversations going on. These are only building these properties to make more money. And at the end of the day, I'm excited that URSB and everybody in this room, we are eventually discussing a very, very, very important topic. Madam Registrar General, we're very, very excited that eventually sports is being looked at as a creation, as an activity that makes money, and we're also willing to pay taxes if the industry is actually properly built up. And I think when we pay taxes, we'll be contributing to the general welfare of every Ugandan. So for me, about AFCON, I think our duty is to welcome people and to get the legacy value. Because when AFCON ends, it will not take away that AFCON 2027 was in Uganda. Even 10 years later, I want to conclude by informing the people in this place that in the history of Entebbe Airport, since it was constructed, the biggest number of passengers to pass through that airport was in the month of July and August, which was during China. And China is a small baby compared to AFCON. So these are the values that eventually this country is supposed to benefit from. And some countries that have been strategic are doing it much better. We think we just need to pick up and follow the way.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Mr. Otuchet, were there more people that came through when we hosted the World Championships or fewer? We shall deal with those numbers later. Mr. Mwasa, you had something to say quickly before we get into the parting shots?
Yes, I was provoked by my brother, Honorable Magogo, saying we should not support other teams. I think it's, at the risk of annoying my brother, I think it's a bit of a totalitarian kind of position. It's maximalist, you know. You know, sport is entertainment. When I switch on my TV, I have the choice of watching tennis, football, rugby, cricket. So to say that I should not have interest in a product that is very well marketed is also, I think, asking too much. I think Mr. Magogo should be kinder to Ugandans. When Uganda Cranes is playing, we go. We show up because we love Uganda.
We become Gumite in that time.
Absolutely.
Wow, wonderful.
I think we need to look at it also, from a viewpoint that this is a product that has been well marketed. But it is true that we must love Uganda. For me, I equally have a problem when someone can name an entire squad on some team in the UK, and they do not know some of our people.
They can't name the Uganda water polo team.
Not even water polo. They cannot name 3 players on the national team. But I think just explains what marketing has done, what investments those guys have put. So I think there should be a bit of a balancing. This is entertainment. If you market your product and if it is making sense to people, they'll like it. But to say that we should not support Mr. Honorable Magogo, I wish you good luck.
On that note, let us all support things IP in sports, in the sports sector in Uganda. But 10 seconds, each of you, for your parting shots with regard to the purpose of today's celebration, Intellectual Property or IP Day, IP and sports in Uganda. Your parting shots. Mr. Mwasa, yes, please.
Well, Leon, I had an hour which you chopped down, so I don't think I need to say much. I'm just excited and really appreciative that URSB has made sport the focal point for this year's celebration. And for me, the takeaway is that we need to do a bit of work with our sports ecosystem so that we can, first of all, explain how we can market the different properties we have, how we can encourage our athletes to recognize that they're a brand in their own right. And I think we've been reminded we are too amateur. How do we move towards professionalizing? There's a bit of work to be done. Ivan does not think that it makes commercial sense. I don't entirely agree. I think we can craft a special product in Uganda and we begin to grow that commercial space so that, at some point we can say that people are living off sport. We have sports agents here. We have scouts. We have sports lawyers. We can start with that critical mass, and then we grow the others. But I think it's been a great conversation, which can't end today. It has to continue just from here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwase. Mr. Shadil, your parting shots, whether athletes will be bargaining for a bigger percentage. Shadil, your wrap on the day, the conversation on intellectual property and sports.
Excuse me?
The conversation we've had today, what do you take away from today's engagement? What should the athletes now be able to do at the end of the day with the amount of knowledge we've been able to pick from this conversation?
Yeah, I think athletes should work very hard on their image rights and brands, and should work with their federation. As Honorable was saying, they put in a lot to see that these athletes come out with big brands or names, so they should be engaging much with the federations, association, and organization to see that they obtain much and more of what they need to get.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Shadil Mosaboji, and to Mr. Ivan Ojakol.
But Leon, you
The
didn't
legal
even touch
aspects there.
about broadcasting rights, but it's okay.
In a few seconds, you could wrap that and
I have a lot to say about broadcasting rights, but I'll just say one thing. The RG told us a story of how she used to play kwepena and those things. Huh? Now,
Without clothes.
sport has been taken over by capitalistic interests, huh? But we should not lose who you are. What does that mean? That means that there should be a balancing act between strict enforcement of capitalistic interests and going back to these original ethos, fun, games, recreational, because sport is very important for the social cultural existence of society. And that is why in the more developed world, and to some extent even here, some tournaments are protected. Even if you have the most amount of money, every villager in the UK is going to watch a World Cup and a Euro on a free-to-air channel. So in as much as I appreciate FUFA TV and FUFA for investing in FUFA TV, and people like us who must reap back their money, but there must be a balancing act. And that is why I also go and here, I'm also vouching for my friends like Fat Cats. If you're Uganda URU, and you have all the rights, because of information, rights to information, and allow it to spread a bit. Of course, there's some levels of controls, but that's another discussion. I have so much to say about this topic. Now, as far as IP and sports is concerned, Mr. Mwase gave a presentation and said we are at the periphery of the global sport ecosystem. We are at 1 to 3% only of global trade, of sport, which is now about 25% of global trade. Multi-billion dollars, trillion-dollar economy. But we are still down there. The same thing with everything else. Multilateral trading system, we are those ends. So, what does this mean? There perhaps is the reason why we don't register IP generally across, why we have this reticence and these, misgivings about having our IP protected. Mr. Otichet, who runs athletics, has 2 of the greatest athletes ever in the world. Cheptegei is managed by a company based in Europe. Trust me, he has registered his trademarks in Europe. Why hasn't he registered them here? There must be a reason. We are, like Honorable Mago said, the demand. I mean, we're looking at a small economy, which is just a drop of the ocean, and it doesn't make sense. So perhaps us and the IP experts and scholars here from URSB will tell you, there are discussions about an African IP. Some of these trademarks, patents don't really apply to us. We need geographical indications, traditional knowledge. Why don't we have an Omweso Federation? Why don't we have a Kwepena Association? So that is now our sport, and we can protect it. So there must be conversations also that are happening elsewhere about IP and Africa, in sports IP and Africa also. So for me, I just want to throw that as spanner in the works. I like thinking about some of these things sometimes, and some of them are really academic, but it's something to think about. There's a reason why Cheptegei does not even have one trademark here, but he has them elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ivan Ojakol. And the final word from Honorable Moses Magogo.
The first time I heard and met Mosaboji was about himself, promoting himself as a sports brand. And I engaged him. And I said, I want to understand who you are, what kind of athlete, and from there we picked a conversation. We've been friends since. I want to give him credit that from a sport like boxing, with the due respect, and also as an individual, to pick up himself. And you have heard what he's talking about. He has a team, and I think he's a very good example. I don't think we even have such a personality in football as a sports personality, branding yourself to be able to understand your rights, but also to create a value. that you can pick up. And let me use this opportunity to thank you for that. I must also mention that in this country, we do so many good laws. We talk about IP, protection, but what about enforcement? FUFA has registered our trademarks. We have the logos registered, the designs registered, the jans registered, but there are still so many fake jerseys on the market. There are over 1 million copies of jerseys. And if we made just a profit margin of 5,000 Uganda shillings, that's about 5 billion Uganda shillings going into waste. So what are these laws? We are talking about the laws, but what about the enforcement? That as individuals, as institutions, we do not have the capacity. But URA is collecting taxes from these fake importers of these fake jerseys. So I think we have a job to do. But also, I must mention that I'm excited, I'm amazed. You know, when I got the invitation to come here, I thought, I really didn't think like I should come. I thought I should delegate, because I thought I had very important things elsewhere. But can I confess that I think the best decision was coming here? There is a lot planned, the conversations, and I think it's just the beginning. URSB, thank you so much for really inviting us, and let this conversation continue. I'm very sure that we have a duty as a generation to put certain things right. They may not make sense today in terms of immediately how much the athletes getting, the federations, because normal sport should generate its own resource. My friend Mwase is saying, well, we are happy government is giving us money, but it shouldn't be. We should be giving government money as sport. If we are properly organized, properly protected, then everybody will wake up to go and work. There's a time in Brazil where every woman, while she was pregnant, she hoped that I produce a boy child. Maybe it will become a Dalima or Neymar or somebody. Of course, it has since changed that women are also playing football. So it is important that now people must be looking up to everybody in Sebe. I'm told they wake up to run. If you go there, people don't go to the gardens. They wake up, you find people running in the hills, because there's been a model and people have seen how lives have changed for our great athletes, the runners. Now, until we make this value in all the different disciplines, it's always going to be very difficult for a parent. I happen to be a parent myself. And I'll tell you one as I conclude, one of the challenges we have had. The Uganda under-17 team qualified for the World Cup for the first time. So we asked the parents, because the tournament came at a time when the UNEB was doing exams, and some of these were candidates, the kids were candidates. So we'd ask the parent, what do we do? And the parent would choose, let my child go to the World Cup. And what did it mean? You miss a year, you miss exams, you have to repeat. It's just another long story. So it looks like parents are also starting to appreciate that, look, sports can also be a journey that can deliver somebody. So thank you so much, URSB. I like the theme of this year. Let us not stop at celebrating, but let's go out there. Engage our clubs, engage the different players in the industry of sport. There are more than clubs and federations. There are also property owners, facility owners. There are people who are doing different services. Let us engage all of them, and I believe that the industry will turn around and will be very useful to this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause. Applause for our panelists, Mr. Mwase, Mr. Shadil Boji, Ivan Ojakol, and Honorable Moses Magogo. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. It continues. Please stay around for a photo. I do not know who will have the rights to that photo, but the commissioner of that job will.
So let's just have our panelists. Let's appreciate them as well. It has been a very, very enriching and lively discussion. I've personally learned a lot, but one of the things I have learned is that I don't think I have any money I can get from my image rights, because let me stick to what I'm doing now. I will get to that level. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to ask, we have just a few certificates for our panelists as well, and I'm going to ask with humility the Registrar General to just come up as we hand over these certificates to our panelists and appreciate them for the work that they have done, the discussions they have had. It has been a very, very enriching discussion. Thank you so much. And so we are, we'll have photos ready. Mr. Mwase Moses, please do come up and receive your certificate. No, yeah, give them to RJ. No, give to RJ. Thank you so much. Our keynote speaker and panelist. Then we'll have Mr. Ojakol Ivan. Thank you so much. We appreciate each and every one of you. He was also my president, RG, the UCU Law Society. Mr. Leon Senyange. Oh, Mr. Shadir Musa first. Let's have Shadir Musa. Mr. Leon Senyange, our moderator. Thank you so much. Who is a man of many faces. He's also studying law. Yes. And finally, Honorable Magogo Moses Hassim. Let me ask the representative of the board chair to please do come, Ms. Teresa Namwach. And then I'll also disturb all the panelists to just come for one final picture with your certificates as well, just as we appreciate you. Mr. Ojakol, Leon, Shadir, and Mr. Mwase. Thank you so much. So as we are taking this picture, since we are celebrating sports, just want to recognize there are some people here in the Liverpool jersey as well. We celebrate you, yes, you understood the theme. Thank you so much. I also just want to recognize a few people who are with us. Mr. Mark Sally. Yes, thank you so much. Many of you have seen, you have heard, you continue to hear. Mr. Mark Sally, Mr. Joe Chigozi as well. He has a sports academy as well. We appreciate you for nurturing young talent. Desire Begumisa as well. Thank you so much as well for joining us. We have those from MultiChoice Uganda as well, Rinaldi and your team. Thank you so much for joining us, and each and every one of you in your respective capacities. Thank you for joining us for this celebration and for joining us for the World Intellectual Property Day celebrations today. So like I mentioned, we have a Moot competition coming up, and I'll ask the team to help me with the setup. But just as they do that as well, just want to reiterate the fact that on Monday we had a breakfast meeting for sports federations and journalists as well, RG. And one of the things we're emphasizing to the federations that it's important that they recognize their IP. Oh, all right. There's Mr. Mwase is back. Yes, just one picture, yes. Since Mr. Mwase is back, just one more picture. He was not in the picture, so I'm just going to redo the picture. Retake the picture with your certificate, sir, yes. Please, this is very important because image rights are important. So the panelists as well. Ojakol was talking about who is bigger, who is more pronounced. So I'll just ask the panelists humbly, apologies for the inconvenience, but just one more picture. Leon, is Shadir around or he has also stepped out? All right, now Shadir is not there. But nonetheless, the image rights are important. So since Mr. Mwase wasn't around, we also have this one as well with him. So like I mentioned, we had a breakfast meeting on Monday, and we were just interesting the federations to register their trademarks. And it was revealed that many of them don't have registered trademarks. So Nam Blazers, City Oilers, JT Jaguars, many of you are here. Heathens, Pirates, do you have your trademarks registered? This is all part of your intellectual property. What happens when somebody wants to use your jerseys and merchandise the same and make sales of the same? So register as URSB. We are here to help you with protection of your IP as well. So the team is just going to set up for the Moot competition. Like we mentioned, there's a team, 2 teams that are participating in the final. And I'm going to ask, there's a QR code that should be available, a QR code that should be displayed on the screen. There's a Moot problem that was being deliberated on by the students that were participating in this competition. And that problem is what they have been just going on that back and forth with. So the Moot problem arises from a dispute in the Uganda Dual Premier League. This is hypothetical, involving competing commercial intellectual property rights. A star player, Luseke Bright, signs a personal endorsement deal despite legal rules granting image rights to the organizers, triggering claims of breach, ambush marketing, and trademark infringement by the official sponsor. At the same time, a broadcasting dispute emerges over whether a free-to-air TV station can show match highlights despite exclusive rights by a subscription broadcaster. The case, therefore, raises key issues on image rights, sponsorship conflicts, trademark law, and fair dealing in broadcasting. All right, so we'll make the QR code available, but in the meantime, a video will also be playing just to highlight what happened from Wednesday, because like I mentioned, we had the semi-final happening here, and we had Uganda Christian University, we had Makerere University, we had Islamic University in Uganda, and we also had Utamu as well. And after the semi-final, we had 2 that will be competing today, and the video will be played as the chairs and all the setting. We are now entering what they call a courtroom. So we'll have our lead panels also just give the rules and take us on from there. But the video will be playing on the screen shortly. I hope the video is ready. So a video will be playing on the screen just to highlight what has been happening for the Moot competition from Wednesday.
Trademarks helps. My name is Duncan B. Inzika. I'm a student at Universal Technology and Management University, Utamu. Intellectual property is key for commercialization of sports. It helps to protect trademarks, helps to protect logos, and any other innovations that are made by teams in the sports sector. So the only way that teams can earn money from sports is by embracing intellectual property. Then my call is upon to all teams, for example, teams in Uganda in different sports, football, basketball, and all the other sports to embrace intellectual property.
My name is Gwanyi Jordan Andrew, and I am a Muta from Islamic University in Kampala, Kampala campus. The value that URSB is adding to the world of intellectual property, and particularly through initiatives like competitions that focus on the application so as to get the feasible application and interaction between intellectual property in the literal sense of copyright and neighboring rights, but also how these rights extend to other fields. Now, most people think that these rights are limited to music, film, and songs, and also books. However, we are seeing from these competitions that intellectual property cuts across very many fields. For instance, in this particular Moot competition, we have focused on how intellectual property is applied and understood as regards to sports law, which is also a form of a commercial field that has to bring in revenue to the participants. And indeed, it's through this that we are seeing sensitization ongoing, as we are seeing that even those who don't know that actually sports is covered under intellectual property get to know this. With this, I think URSB is adding as to sensitization and actualization of how intellectual property rights can be achieved in Uganda.
My name is Buyungo Anthony, a student from Makerere University, participant in the very first URSB Moot. It's an intellectual property moot that rhymes with this year's theme of intellectual property in sport. Intellectual property has developed and similarly to touch into sport, which really sport was initially a recreational activity with local sport developing, but with the commercialization of incorporeal properties, intellectual property has cut into the sports arena. It's for these rights that arise from sporting activities that they are developed a need to look at the laws in Uganda to address the peculiarities of intellectual property, but in specific relation with sport. Now, in Uganda, we've had statutes like the National Sports Act, which is very recent, to address quite a number of things that including intellectual property rights that arise from sporting events. And of recent, in 2024, we've had a decision of Proline Soccer Academy versus MTN Uganda and others, where Justice Mowiru really brings out clearly that intellectual property rights in regards to image rights in sports. Now, the development with sports also comes with the development of image rights in the sporting activities. So the exploitation of these rights comes down to be litigated in court, and there is an urge in this new developing area of law to draw clear cut lines between the individual rights of players and polyathletes and their relation of those rights to their clubs, their associations, and typical commercialization. It's for those reasons that we are here today to participate in the intellectual property law moot, and I'm very grateful to have participated for Makerere University.
My name is Luwaga John Elian, a student from Uganda Christian University, and it's such an honor participating in this first World Intellectual Property Day Moot Court competition. Now, the question on how it has influenced my understanding of intellectual property and sports is that looking at the problem and how it had been framed, we had limited time to make research and also be able to come up with the legal arguments. So we had to do extensive research, extensive enough that we are able to address the core issues. So intellectual property in this particular instance had been limited to particular areas of the law, such as music, such as other health and the law and others. However, in this particular mode, we have been able to
It is true, Your Lordship, that when someone signs a contract, they are bound by it.
However, there are circumstances under Section 12 where they can be set aside if they vitiate free will. Now, the major question here is that our client in paragraph 4, clause 3 of the fact pattern never had an opportunity to negotiate the terms and conditions of this particular agreement, which we then aver in this honorable court vitiates the free will that then he had at the particular time of signing.
And it is at that point that we say, here in Uganda, Katandika Butandis. We are going into the finals for the Moot competition, and we are just finishing with the setup. We have our judges present that are going to join us as well. The final is going to be between Uganda Christian University and Islamic University in Uganda. And our panel judges will also take over. From there, we have our lead judge, Dr. Anthony Kakoza. We have Mr. Brian Kajubi and Mr. Dennis Birungi as well. And UCU and IUI will be going at it. And I just want to say that this Moot competition has been very, very successfully done together in partnership with Max Advocates, who we appreciate. Let's please appreciate Max Advocates with a hand clap. And also Mr. Senyange Leon as well. Yes, thank you so much as well. There are a number of prizes to fight for. I just want to mention that one of the top prize that is available for the winner, courtesy of Max Advocates, is tuition. Full tuition, paid at school. And we are not just saying this for the sake, but we also want to interest many of the law firms that are present here as well. I see CP Law Associates, I saw Kalibala and Ruta Advocates, Mr. Ojakol from Matrix Advocates. There are so many things, so many ways in which you can interest our students. So tuition is on the line. There are those that will be doing internship at these law firms as well. There are those that will be doing internship at URSB as well. We will also be awarding those with the best memorials for the claimants, those with the best memorials for the respondent. We're also going to award the best oralist as well, as we'll also hear. So URSB is taking this very, very seriously. We're taking this seriously, and we want to just interest many people in the subject of intellectual property, and this is one of the ways in which we are doing it. So, yes, like I mentioned, we are very serious about this, just to ensure that people understand the subject as well and take interest in it right from school as well. And as they go through their studies, that they also have something they can look forward to. I want you to imagine doing internship as a student at one of the top law firms in Uganda, doing internship at Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Imagine having your tuition paid for as a student. That is something that is amazing. So that is why we are interested in this as URSB, and we believe that it is not just the first, but it is the first of many that we are going to have as we take the subject of intellectual property throughout all the schools. And like I mentioned, we're also going even to secondary schools as well. And these are some of the things that we shall be doing and to engage many of the secondary schools. So I am going to invite... So I'm going to invite the claimants and respondents. The claimants and respondents. Like I mentioned, we are in a courtroom, and so we have to dress the part. And then we shall be joined by our panel judges, led by Dr. Anthony Kakoza, Mr. Dennis Birungi, and Mr. Brian Kajuvi. It is at this point that I will hand over to the lead judge and officially say that court is in session.
Thank you very much. My name is Anthony Kakoza. I'm the lead judge. On my immediate right is Mr. Brian Kajuvi, and on my left is Mr. Dennis Birungi. We will take 20 minutes for the claimants to make their substantive positions or arguments, then 20 minutes for the respondents to give theirs, and then 3 minutes for rejoinder. Let us get started with the claimants.
Today, this honorable court stands as the guardian of commercial integrity, contractual certainty, and the rule of law in modern sport. At the heart of this dispute is not merely a disagreement between the parties, but a fundamental question: whether carefully negotiated commercial rights, lawfully granted, heavily invested in, and essential to the survival of organized sport, can be disregarded at will. Presiding Judge, Your Lordships, may it please the court. Good afternoon. My name is Luaga John Elian, and it is such an honor to appear before the High Court of the Republic of Uganda as the first counsel for the claimants, who are Uganda Dula Association, Uganda Dulu Premier League, and Lubisi Uganda Limited. Within the next 25 minutes, we shall be advancing on 3 important questions before this court. I'll address the bench on the first and third merit within 10 minutes. Co-counsel Ms. Ndala Stacy shall also advance on the second issue and also tender in our prayers within 10 minutes. As such, we have spared 3 minutes for rebuttal. If it may please, I may now proceed to make the substantive arguments for our case, starting with the first issue on image rights. The fundamental question, Your Lordships, that we seek to ask is whether the team consent form in its current state and structure had the capacity to transfer the individual image rights of Mr. Luseke Bright. For this to be done, the consent must have been unequivocal. We submit that this singular requirement has been met. We shall rely on Article 27 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, which establishes the right to privacy and which we submit extends to one's personality from being commercially exploited without their consent. Now, Section 7 of the Data Protections Act, Cap 95, establishes that while collecting data from a data subject, the data collector has to obtain consent. Now, looking at the decision in Asegewini versus Opportunity Bank, Uganda Limited, civil suit number 756 of 2013, before Henry Justice Peter Adonyo on page 10, on the 22nd of April, 2016, established that an image right is the legal protection that is accorded to the individual to control the commercial or promotional use of their name, image, likeness, and any other unequivocal personality traits. As such, we submit that the requirement of unequivocal consent is demonstrated at paragraph 4, clause 3 of the fact pattern. We submit that the team consent form constitutes an unequivocal transfer because the definition of it being clear, unambiguous, and a manifestation of one's ability to negotiate the contract is manifested in that particular clause. Paragraph 1 of the fact pattern reveals that UDA is the National Sports Association for Dulu Sport. Now, in paragraph 2 of the fact pattern, we see that Lubisi Uganda Limited is also given these particular sponsorship rights to control the commercial exploitation
of the image rights in paragraph 4, clause 3 of the fact pattern. Now, the wording of the broad clause is that a broad clause granting the exclusive right to use the names, images, facsimiles, and biographical data of all UDPL players collectively or individually for promotion and advertising purposes related to the sponsorship speaks to one thing. One, clearness. Second, it does not bring about any ambiguity. And then third is that the intention of UDA is to promote and also advertise anything related to UDPL. And so the team consent form in this particular instance captured the necessary intention that a player had to know or had to have at the back of your mind before signing this particular consent form. We shall rely on the jurisprudence established in the 2nd February 2024 decision in Proline Soccer Academy versus MTN and FUFA Uganda, civil suit number 317 of 2011, before Justice Stephen Muriru. In this particular instance, and whereas the respondents might rely on the narrow interpretation of this jurisprudence, we established that it favors the claimant side. In this particular instance, FUFA lacked a direct contract that then had to be relied on to transfer the individual image rights of the players of Proline to MTN and therefore to FUFA. In this particular instance, in the facts before us, just as Justice Stephen Mubiru recommended, we must have contracts to this effect. In paragraph 4, clause 3 of the fact pattern, we see that we have a broad clause granting these particular image rights through a team consent form. It therefore speaks that once the player was signing this particular form, they got to know about the intention of UDA, and while transferring these individual image rights to UDA, they are therefore prohibited from therefore going into personal endorsements that then would conflict with purposes of the league. We shall also rely on the England and Wales Court of Appeal decision in Proactive Sports Management versus Wainuni, a 2011 decision, specifically paragraph 99, where the England and Wales Court of Appeal established that for image rights to be said to be existing, the player or the individual has to have the opportunity to negotiate those terms. Now, we shall demonstrate that at paragraph 4, clause 3 of the fact pattern, where we see that the individual player was requested to sign a team consent form. It means that if there was anything about that particular transaction, it was supposed to be disclosed on the particular signing point. By refusing to negotiate the terms and coming in paragraph 5, line 1, and challenging the same team consent form, would be approbating and reprobating, and which this honorable court cannot be seen to do. We shall also rely on our alternative argument in case the respondents are to submit that the team consent form was invalid. Section 60, subsection 1 of the National Sports Act, Cap 151, speaks to the effect that commercial rights arising from a national sports association belong to the National Sports Association. We shall draw a triangulation to demonstrate that at paragraph 4, clause 3 of the fact pattern, the image rights arising therefrom belong to the Sports Association.
Just a minute. Did you cite 60 or 61?
60, subsection 1. So section 3 of the National Sports Act, Cap 151, establishes that commercial rights include image rights, which under section 76 of the National Sports Act, Cap 151, belong to the National Sports Association. To this end, the image rights arising from the team consent form belong to the National Sports Association, which is in paragraph 1 of the fact pattern, UDA. Your Lordship, this then leads us to our next submission, which is the question of broadcasting rights. Your Lordships, Section 76, subsection 1 of the National Sports Act, Cap 151, as earlier established, speaks that national sports associations own an exclusive broadcasting right. In Section 71, no person, therefore, is going to be allowed to broadcast a sports event without any authorization. Now, looking at Article 14, Clause 3 of the TRIPS agreement, which is the agreement on the trade-related aspects of intellectual property, to which Uganda is a party, which it ratified in 1995. We speak that Article 14, Clause 3 prohibits any rebroadcasting of content which we submit belongs to the National Sports Association or that particular team that is in charge of the audiovisual and the media rights. Now, in the case of Pittsburgh Athletic Company versus KQV Broadcasting Company, a decision of 1938, before Judge Schoonmaker held in favor of the claimants in that particular issue, where it was held that Pittsburgh, in this particular issue, which was presenting itself as the owner of the broadcasting rights that were coming from this particular broadcast of the play-by-play of their games, which they were owning. Now, when KQV continued airing this particular information, the court regarded this as unfair dealing, and they could not allow them to go about it because court noted that such rights belong exclusively to the broadcaster. Now, looking at section 37.
Just hold on. How do you reconcile that with the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act on broadcasting rights?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. We rely that the broadcasting and broadcasting rights are also captured in the Copyright and Neighboring Act under section 37, subsection 1 of the Copyright and Neighboring Act, which talks about that associations have an exclusivity right over their particular broadcast and can therefore prohibit any third parties from associating themselves with such content. Now, read together with section 31 of the same Copyright and Neighboring Act, Cap 222, they can prohibit anyone from broadcasting this content. All this speaks to one thing, that UDA in paragraph 1 of the fact pattern, being the original owners of UDPL content and broadcast, can prohibit anyone from therefore accessing this particular content and broadcast without authorization, as it did in paragraph 6 of the fact pattern. Now, we shall also rely on the Berne Convention for the protection of the literary and artistic works, wherein Article 11, owners of the broadcasting right shall have the exclusivity right. Your Lordships, I pray to conclude my issue because my time is done. Much obliged, Your Lordship. Article 11, the owners of the broadcasting rights arising from this Berne Convention have a right to exclusively prohibit any other person from rebroadcasting their works. All this speaks to the fact that by Yaka TV coming out in paragraph 5 and 6 of the fact pattern to claim ownership of the UDPL content, post-match interviews, therefore would be prohibited. On our last submission as regards fair dealing, Your Lordship, we submit in regards to section 14, subsection 1, paragraph F of the Copyright and Neighboring Act, which therefore speaks to the fact that in this particular instance, fair dealing would only be permitted in circumstances of reporting current events. We do agree that indeed they were reporting current events. However, they don't meet...
Excuse me, but the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act talks about fair use, not fair dealing.
Much obliged, Your Lordship, true. The fair use of this particular product or protected work is therefore, when you look at paragraph 14.1f, it speaks to the fact that any protected work in this particular instance cannot be met the threshold if it's going to go beyond the limitation or the amount of work produced. We shall rely on the case of Angela Katatumba versus the Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda, wherein in this particular instance, we see that Angela Katatumba owned music, and in this particular instance, copyrighting that particular music. Now, the Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda continued publishing these excerpts of her work while claiming public benefit. However, the court rejected this argument, bringing in the substantiality test that the purpose is going to be or the content being published does not meet the threshold of fair use and fair dealing, then it cannot be protected. In this particular instance, Your Lordship, paragraph 6 of the fact pattern, we see that Yaka TV, and also in the part 2 of the dispute, Yaka TV insists on publishing match interviews, post-match interviews, and also any other content of the UDPL, which would go beyond the limitations of fair dealing. It would not permit as much copying as a licensing scheme, the same way it was held in the case of Copyright Agency Limited versus Haynes. However, in that particular instance, the argument was on the books that had been published. However, the principle is that fair use does not permit as much copying as a licensing scheme. In this particular instance, Your Lordship, we do submit in respect to this particular issue that this court finds that the exclusive broadcasting agreement with Timestar is legally binding, and any unauthorized airing by Yaka TV is consequently prohibited. May it please the court.
Okay. Counsel, as you take your seat, just 2 questions. You've cited a number of authorities, preferably from other jurisdictions, likewise, you've cited some Ugandan authorities. Kindly guide this Honorable Court on the weight of your authorities and how you wanted this Honorable Court to treat or to deal with those authorities, preferably from other jurisdictions. Lastly, you allude to the principle of image rights. For clarity, we want to refer to your specific briefs. Well, I noted it here. You made a case for your client regarding image rights. Still to guide this Honorable Court as a counsel and a researcher to make a case for your client, between the National Sports Act that you cited and the unwritten common law principles with the cases you've ably cited, which one do you want to convince court to follow?
Much obliged.
In summary, is it legislated? Is the concept of image rights legislated? Why I'm asking that, we want to be guided between the authorities you've cited in case there is conflict. What do you want court to follow?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. I'll address the first question. You asked about the weight of the cases that we have heavily referred to. We have referred to the cases from Ugandan jurisdiction, and we have also referred to the cases from the international jurisdiction. On the cases from the international jurisdiction, from issue 1, we referred to the case of the England and Wales Court of Appeal in proactive sports management. Now, this particular instance, this court would be persuaded by this honorable court to rely on this particular jurisprudence because it's persuasive. However, given the fact that it is a common law decision and Section 14, subsection 4 of the Judicature Act, Cap 16, establishes that the High Court, while attending to its matters, can apply common law concurrently. Now, on the weight of the High Court decisions, we do submit that given the fact that they apply the same principles and reasoning and the synonymity in the facts that they also hold, this same court can be also persuaded to rely on the same jurisprudence. Now, looking at the second question you've asked about the image rights, regards the legislated National Sports Act, Cap 151, together with the common law cases that I've also relied on. Your Lordship, we do submit that this Honorable Court be persuaded more on the common law jurisdiction that we have relied on, but the cases that we have cited do attack and talk about the national issues that were never legislated about, such as the fact that this consent has to be unequivocal. Now, the National Sports Act does not go ahead to mention most of those missing gaps. However, common law also addresses them. If this, okay, may it please the court.
May it please the court, presiding judge, your lordships. As earlier introduced, my name is Ndaula Stacey Angel, appearing as second counsel for the claimants, and in 5 minutes, I shall be submitting on issue 2 concerning whether the advertising campaign by Axo Brands Limited using the Seke's nickname and calabash celebration amount to a trademark infringement, passing off and unlawful interference with Louis Uganda Limited's contractual rights, and finally tender in our prayers. My lords, the case before us concerns commercial honesty. A trader cannot reap where he or she has not sown. It's on that basis that we submit as a claimants that the advertising campaign by Axo Brands Limited using the Seke's nickname and calabash celebration amount to passing off and unlawful interference with Louis Uganda Limited's contractual rights. My lords, we shall advance under 2 head averments. Firstly, we shall demonstrate to this court that the advertising campaign satisfies the classical Trinity test for passing off action to succeed. And lastly, which will also be our second, that the advertising campaign amounts to ambush marketing. If it may please this honorable court, we shall proceed to make substantive arguments in regards to our first averment. My lords, the laws of Uganda provide for the tort, the common law tort of passing off, provided for under Section 35 of the Trademarks Act, Cap 225 of Uganda. Section 1 further defines passing off to mean falsely representing one's product as those of another in an attempt to deceive the purchasing public. My lords, the court have stated that for a claim to succeed under the test for passing off, the claimants must prove the three-part test, which is, first, they must demonstrate that there was goodwill, secondly, that there was misrepresentation by the respondents, and lastly, that as a result of this misrepresentation, there was damage to goodwill. My lords, we submit as the claimants that all three elements have been satisfied before this honorable court, and we shall demonstrate this under three grounds. Firstly, we shall demonstrate to this court that Uganda Dulu Premier League has goodwill attached to it. Secondly, that the advertising campaign by Axo Brands Limited misrepresented by creating a false impression that Axo Brands Limited, the energy drink, is associated with the Uganda Dulu Premier League. And lastly, that as a result of this false impression, there was damage to the goodwill. My lords, proceeding to the first ground before us today. Goodwill was defined in the case of Commissioners of Inland Revenue versus Muller and Companies Margarine Limited, a 1901 decision before the House of Lords that has been cited with approval in the case of Anglo Fabrics Limited versus African Queen Limited, a 2012 decision before the High Court of Uganda. My lords, they defined goodwill to mean the benefit and advantage of a good name, a reputation, and a connection to a business. It is an attractive force that brings in customs. My lords, proceeding to our case today under paragraphs 1 of the fact pattern, it's clear that Uganda Dulu Premier League is considered a top-tier professional Dulu league. The wording top tier represents a reputation of something of a high class. So that shows that Uganda Dulu Premier League has a reputation in this Dulu sport, or in the league, the brand itself, the Uganda Dulu Premier League. My lords, further at paragraph 3 of the fact pattern, it is evident that Louis Uganda Limited has entered into a sponsorship agreement with Uganda Dulu Association and Uganda Dulu Premier League to sponsor the Uganda Dulu Premier League. My lords, the ability to attract a sponsorship agreement speaks to the fact, or is evident to the fact, that Uganda Dulu Premier League has a goodwill attached to it, connected to its consumers that actually watch this Dulu Premier League. And my lords, we cannot separate a league from its players. If a player is playing in the league, they are a representation, or they form part of the goodwill of the league. But my lords, we must be clear to state that they only form part of the goodwill of the Uganda Dulu Premier League when they are participating in an event that is known, or distinctively known in the public as belonging to the league. Their actions, or if their sports logos, anything that's related to the league, that is when the goodwill shall be attached to the Uganda Dulu Premier League.
Council, isn't that just an assumption that simply coming out to say we're going to sponsor you means you have a goodwill? Where do you get that from?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordships, to answer your question, as earlier defined, goodwill is an attractive force that brings in custom. To show that you have goodwill, you must show that you have an attraction that brings in custom. A sponsorship agreement, or sponsorship agreements, deal with a company comes in to sponsor an event so that they can create brand awareness and attach themselves to a goodwill connected to consumer recognition. For example, Coca-Cola is going to fund the English Premier League recently. It's going to be one of the sponsors. What's going to happen is that their brand or their drink is the one that's going to is going to be sold during the Premier League or the English Premier League. So you get brand awareness. So the fact that Uganda Dulu Premier League can enter into sponsorship agreements or attract sponsorship agreements, it speaks to the fact that Uganda Dulu Premier League has a reputation, first of all, and second, it has a consumer recognition that forms part of their goodwill, and that forms part of, and then also their consumers, or the public is attracted to them because of the league, yes, the league, and also the players that participate in the league. My lords, I can see that my time is fast spent, but I would like to request for...
You can have 3 minutes to wrap up.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Thank you so much. So basing on that, the attractive force is not just in ability to attract sponsorship, but it's also shown in the reason why the consumers are attracted, or why the public comes to watch this league, is because of the players that are playing in capacity of this league, and also the league itself with its reputation and the enjoyment and the feel that it brings to the league. So that is what we are protecting under this passing of action, that attractive force that brings in the consumers, that brings in the sponsorship deals. And we pray that this court be persuaded by that. Your Lordships, proceeding to the second element before this honorable court is misrepresentation that has to be proved. For misrepresentation, it is a false description made by the respondent, cautiously or uncautiously, to mislead the public or to confuse them into believing that his products are those of the claimants. And this was stated in the case of Britannia Allied Industries versus Aya Biscuit Uganda Limited. My lords, misrepresentation of the test that has been relied upon by the courts was laid down in the case of Brockbone Kenya Limited versus Chai Limited before the East African Court of Appeal in 1971. And the test is the impression an average consumer gets when they see this product. And in this case, the impression that a reasonable consumer or a Dulu fan is going to get by seeing the advert by Axobrands Limited. My lords, in the case of ICC Development Limited versus Avi Enterprises and another, a case before the High Court of India, Justice Agwal at paragraph 7 of his judgment stated that if the defendant portrays or creates a false impression or promotes his good in a way or in such a manner that would cause a false impression in the public to associate his product with the organization or with an event, it would amount to misrepresentation. My lords, the thing that we should look at or focus on is the manner in which this advert or this promotion or this product is being put out in the world. And in that case, your lordships, relating to our fact pattern under paragraphs 5, lines 7 and 8, it is clear, your lordships, that Axobrands that Axobrands Limited has used Luseke's nickname, the hat, in its tagline or in its advert that has launched, and also used an image of Luseke playing Dulu. In fact, he's in action playing Dulu. My lords, Mr. Luseke, under paragraph 2 of the fact pattern, is a Uganda Dulu icon. He is known for his Dulu striking abilities. The public knows him for participating in the Uganda Dulu Premier League. If an advert comes out and it has his nickname, Omutima, or the hat, in this case, which was used by Axobrands Limited, with an image of him in action, playing a Dulu sport distinctively played in the Uganda Dulu Premier League, the impression and the manner which this advert has been portrayed would create a false impression in the minds of...
Maybe, Council, I see your time is getting finished. If you could just address one aspect you are supposed to address of ambush marketing. Is that an established actionable cause of action in our jurisdiction?
Much obliged, your lordships. Ambush marketing is indeed an actionable matter before this honorable court. Why? Because Article 10 bis of the Paris Convention for the Protection of Intellectual Property has been domesticated by the trademark law, as was evidenced in the case of Keshwala Sons Limited versus Nintendo Company. It was before the Assistant Registrar, where they acknowledged that the Paris Convention had been domesticated by the trademark laws. My lords, this convention provides for ambush marketing as a form of unfair competition, where someone participates in honest or deceiving or misleading advertisements. Before us today, we have Mr. Luseke and Axobrands Limited that have provided or that have actually the advert of Mr. Luseke is by Axobrands Limited, is with him in action playing Dulu, a sport known to belong to the Uganda Dulu Premier League. It's also important to note that ambush marketing is when a non-sponsor free rides on the goodwill of an event. Yes.
Sorry, just a minute. You said the convention was ratified under our laws. Did you say ratified or domesticated?
Domesticated, your lordship.
Can you cite the specific provision for purposes of guidance?
For purposes of guidance, my lord.
That enabling law.
My lords, for purposes of guidance, I would rely on the case that was before the Uganda Registration Services Bureau that stated, the Assistant Registrar actually stated in their judgment, as we're giving judgment in the case of Keshwala.
Counsel, in summary, how do I know that international instrument was domesticated? Take this honorable court to the particular local legislation where that instrument was domesticated, because if you go straight to the case, then it is not domestication.
Much obliged, your lordships. First of all, I would like to tell this honorable court that the Paris Convention has been ratified by Uganda, and it was ratified on June 14th, 1965. In regards to our domestication, even if it has not really been clearly domesticated, I cannot lead us to the exact law before this honorable court. However, the fact that we have ratified this convention and the fact that our quasi-judicial organization actually relied on it to reach a judgment, my lords, we pray that this honorable court be persuaded by the reasoning of the assistant registrar in that case, where they stated that the Paris Convention for the protection of intellectual property has been domesticated in our trademark laws. Not necessarily that there's an express mention as to it being domesticated, but our laws reflect what is being protected in the Paris Convention. For example, the advertising standards by the Uganda Communications Commission that also relies on misleading advertisements will not be allowed, and the article we are relying on is in regards to advertisement that is misleading and unfair and unhonest. My lords, that sums up my time is fast spent before this honorable court. However, I would like to use 1 minute before this honorable court to conclude on our submissions and tender in our prayers. My lords, much obliged. My lords, we submit before this honorable court that the advertising campaign by Axo Brands Limited using Luseke's nickname and Calabash celebration amount to passing off because Uganda Dulu Premier League has goodwill attached to its players acting in its capacity, or anything associated with the league would create or form up that goodwill. And secondly, that the impression that the public is going to get is one that is false from the advertising campaign by Mr. Luseke, because it uses Mr. Luseke in a portrayal, or he portrays Mr. Luseke in regards to what he does in the Uganda Dulu Premier League, and they also use the Dulu sport that is known to be played in the Uganda Dulu Premier League. All these cause false impressions to create an association between Axo Brands Limited and the Uganda Dulu Premier League. And lastly, lords, as a result of this misrepresentation, damage to goodwill will automatically follow. My lords, we further pray that this honorable court finds that there was ambush marketing by Axo Brands Limited, by free riding on the goodwill of Uganda Dulu Premier League, by getting a most famous Dulu icon, portraying him in a way that shows that the advert is associated with the Uganda Dulu Premier League. My lords, I will now tender in our prayers before this honorable court.
Counsel, with permission from the bench, as you sit, in your point of view, do you think it is misrepresentation? Must it be actual, or there must be likelihood of misrepresentation from your client's case?
Much obliged, Your Lordships. It doesn't have to be actual, it has to be likelihood, because it's not a likelihood.
Have you demonstrated in your submissions? Do you think you've persuaded this honorable court to go by your submission regarding misrepresentation?
Much obliged, Your Lordships. I would like to, in case this court has not been persuaded, I would answer any question as to persuasion, but I believe that by stating, or we believe that by stating that a false impression that would create or lead the public to be misled or confuse them to associate Axo Brands Limited with the Uganda Dulu Premier League has been established by the portrayal of this advertisement.
Thank you.
Much obliged, Your Lordship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Take your seats. I think now we have to listen to the respondents. Use up your time appropriately.
Presiding Judge, Your Lordships, good afternoon. My name is Mukisa Asayan Kritas, appearing joint with Gwanyi Jordan Andrew in the matter Uganda Dulu Association and others versus Luseke Bright and others on behalf of the defendants. Your Lordships, in 8 minutes, I will submit on merit 1, and my co-counsel in the remaining minutes will submit on merit 2 and 3. Your Lordship, from the onset, this case is a clear attempt to extend the law beyond its limits, as the claimants seek to exploit rights which they don't possess, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, the facts in this case, neither do they show that the name Omutima was a registered trademark. No, any mark was used in the campaigns of Axo Brands. Your Lordship, in regards to issue 1, which states that whether the whether the team consent form signed by the Uganda Dual Premier League amount to a legally valid and unequivocal transfer of their individual image rights, Your Lordship. In regards to this issue, the claimant has raised limbs of argument concerning it being unequivocal. Second, they say that there was free consent. And third, they had an alternative argument in regards to Section 76, in which they just cited Section 60, but in correction, it is Section 76, Your Lordship. Of the National Sports Act, Cap 151. Much obliged, Your Lordship. In regards to their first averment, in regards to being equivocal, they relied on Article 27 of the Constitution of Uganda, 1995, and established the right to privacy. And further, they relied on Section 7 of the Data Protection Act and established that consent is a requirement as far as image rights are concerned, however. However, Your Lordship, this brings us to a question that what amounts to consent. And in this regard, I rely on Section 2 of the Data Protection Act, which defines consent, if I go verbatim, as any freely given, specific, informed, and unambiguous indication of a data subject's wish, which he or she by statement or affirmative action signifies agreement to the collection or processing of data, Your Lordship. And in this regard, Your Lordship, the claimants have relied on paragraph 4 of the facts, paragraph 4, Roman numeral 3, and said that the consent form was unambiguous and the consent form was clear, Your Lordship. And this regard, Your Lordship, the case of Proline Soccer Academy Limited versus MTN and others, civil suit number 317 of 2011, at page 18, line 25 to 30, Justice Stephen Mubiru clearly illustrated on what amounts to a clear consent in regards to these dealings, Your Lordship. And in this, he stated that this contract's nature needs to be clear and concise, and will contain corresponding clauses corresponding to the duration, the fees, and the terms of payment, scope of image exploitation, the obligation of both parties, the IP rights, the jurisdiction, termination conditions, and other terms agreed by the parties, Your Lordship. However, Your Lordship, the facts as far as relied on by the claimants under paragraph 4, Roman numeral 3, they're actually vague and hopelessly, as they don't distinguish the collective rights the team may exploit or the individual rights which are vested in an individual player.
For court etiquette, what do you mean by they are hopeless?
Much obliged, Your Lordship.
I request you withdraw that statement.
I withdraw that statement, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, proceeding, Your Lordship, in regards to the same paragraph, Your Lordship, the facts do not show the terms of payment and they do not stipulate the benefits of the player, Your Lordship. And in this regard, as far as the jurisprudence of Proline Soccer Academy, the consent form is invalid as it is not clear and it is very ambiguous, Your Lordship. In regards to free consent, Your Lordship, and it is the claimant's averment. It was the claimant's averment that the agreement was signed freely by the players, Your Lordship. However, Your Lordship, Section 12 of the Contracts Act, Cap 284, requires that contracts to be freely entered, they require that there should be no coercion, undue influence, mistake, misrepresentation, or fraud, Your Lordship. However, Your Lordship, in this regard, this takes us to the voluntariness of the players signing the contract, Your Lordship. And as far as voluntariness, Your Lordship, it is clear from the fact that under paragraph 4, Roman numeral 3, that the players were required to assign the team consent form upon registration of the league. This means that this form was a precondition for the players to enter into the league and participate. This clearly shows that this consent form is actually a restraint of trade for the players to engage in other activities which would help them gain money for their individual images, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, I further persuade this Honorable Court with the case of Skolda Music Publishing Company Limited.
Just hold on. When you call it a restraint of trade, Have you heard of a player who plays in one league and then another, two different teams at the same time?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, in regards to my submission, let me explain it very well as required. I say it is a restraint of trade, as we see in the case of Proline. Justice Stephen clearly stated that there are 3 ways in which players can commercialize their individual image rights. And these were endorsements, sponsorships, and merchandising. And in this regard, Your Lordship, this consent agreement is actually assigning individual and collective rights, which it did not distinguish, and at the same time, it is restricting these football players to commercialize their individual rights vested in them originally, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, I persuade this honorable court with the case of Skolda Music Publishing Company Limited versus Makaula, a case of 1971, Volume 1, Wiki Law Report at page 1308, where the House of Lords held that contracts may be unenforced if it is unreasonable, it unreasonably restrained the trade arising from unequal bargaining power, particularly where one party is compelled to accept oppressive terms without genuine negotiations, Your Lordship. What the claimants aver that the player did not negotiate and was not barred from negotiation, Your Lordship. It is clear that the form was a mandatory precondition. This made Luseke Bright to be under the Hobson's choice, which is either to forfeit his career or to accept assigning the rights, Your Lordship. And this regards, Your Lordship.
Counsel, when you say forfeiting his career, is this a monopolistic kind of arrangement that it's either this team or nothing more? Didn't he have any other option to pursue his sports career elsewhere if he had opted for forfeiting?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. As far as the facts are concerned, the facts are not showing any other league as far as Uganda is concerned, and they are stipulating that the Uganda Dual Premier League. And also further, I pray to persuade this honorable court with the case of B&S Contracts and Design Limited versus Victor Green Publication Limited, a case of 1984 ICR at page 419, where the court vitiated a contract since the defendants had no practical choice but to make payments demanded, and in that the payment was not truly voluntary but made under illegitimate pressure, struggling that the test which fulfilled the test of economic dress, Your Lordship. And disregard, Your Lordship, the fact that Luseke Bright was left with no option but to assign these rights as stipulated in the ambiguous consent agreement, it was clear that Luseke Bright had no option but to assign the rights and just participate in the league, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, proceeding to...
So, Counsel, maybe before you proceed, in your submission, you seem to suggest that that was economic duress. He had no any other alternative form of livelihood. How do you balance that with the principle of freedom of contract? That you're free either to sign or not?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. The principle of freedom of contract as stipulated under Section 12 of the Contracts Act Cap 284, it is clear that the contract will be vitiated if there is coercion, mistake, and other elements, Your Lordship. And the concept of economic duress, Your Lordship, is just a developing concept. And in this concept, it is deemed to be there if another party is not in any position to bargain or to enter a contract freely under compulsion, that another party will set aside a contract if it does not agree to the terms set by another party, Your Lordship. And in this case, Your Lordship, it is clear that if Luseke Bright did not agree by the consent agreement as said by the Uganda Dual Association, he would have not participated in the Uganda Dual Premier League, Your Lordship. And this amounted to an economic duress as stated in the facts, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, to proceeding to the third argument raised by the claimants, which was the alternative argument, in which the claimants cited Section 60 of the National Sports Act Cap 51, which is in actual sense, the correction is Section 76, which vests commercial rights into the sports associations. And again cited Section 3 of the National Sports Act to state what commercial rights mean, to include image rights, Your Lordship. And in this regard, Your Lordship, I invite you to Section 6, subsection 2 of the National Sports Act, which clear subsection 6 of the National Sports Act, and I will go verbatim, which states that, notwithstanding subsection 1, a sport discipline listed in Schedule 2 of this Act shall, from the commencement of this Act, be recognized as a national sports declared under this Act, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, inviting you to Schedule 2, duel is not a recognized sport as far as the National Sports Act is recognized. Therefore, the claimant.
Repeat, you'll be added a minute, just repeat that argument, the submission.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, as far as Section 6, subsection 2 of the National Sports Act, it recognizes disciplines of sports under Schedule 2 of the National Sports Act. And if we go by it, Schedule 2, duel is not a recognized sport, Your Lordship, as far as the Uganda legislation is concerned, Your Lordship. And therefore, the claimant cannot avert that the dual association running dual sport can rely on Section 76 to say that the commercial rights of the players are vested in the Uganda Dual Association, Your Lordship.
Therefore, so that's where you should hammer. Therefore,
Your Lordship, Section 70, the rights. Therefore, Your Lordship, this court, we pray that this honorable court dismiss the fact that they are relying on Section 76 of the National Sports Act to establish duel, which is not a recognized sport in Uganda, Lordship. Your Lordship, in the alternative, Your Lordship, as far as it's concerned, I rely on Article 27 and Article 26 of the Constitution. They establishes personality rights. And these personality rights, they come up with the right to privacy and the right to publicity, Your Lordship. And as far as the case of Winnie Asege versus Opportunity Bank, the court clearly noted that the right publicity is when a person of the image decides where the use of his image, Your Lordship. And in this regard, Your Lordship, relying on Section 76, to vest these commercial rights within the National Association without consent, it is actually vague and unreasonable as far as it is required to be interpreted in line with the Constitution, Your Lordship. And as far as Justice Stephen Mubiru, in the case of Proline Soccer Academy Limited versus M10 Uganda Limited and others, Your Lordship, he stated that these individual rights vest in the individual and they cannot be commercially exploited by anybody or association without a valid consent, Your Lordship. We therefore submit that the consent form, the fact that the claimants have submitted that Section 76 vests these rights into the association should be dismissed and, much obliged, Your Lordship, we stated that the court finds it clear that the consent form was invalid and the claimant should not rely on Section 76 to avert that the commercial rights are vested in the Uganda Dual Association. Your Lordship, with this submission, I pray to call on my colleague to submit on May 2 and 3, Your Lordship.
The presiding judge, Your Lordships, a good afternoon. Before I dive into issue 2 and issue 3, I would like to supplement my lead counsel's submission on the application of Section 76. Your Lordship, since Section 76 of the National Sports Act, reading it in tandem with Schedule 2 of the Act, the dual sport is not recognized. We cannot apply the National Sports Act and all its stretch to a sport that it does not apply to. With this, Your Lordships, the arguments made by the applicants, deriving or coming from the National Sports Act, be it Section 76 or Section 60, as they have averred, cannot stand before this honorable court. That is why in our opening statement, it is stated that the claimants are trying to stretch the application of the law to where it does not apply. With this, Your Lordships, I'll respond in line to issue 2 and issue 3 as averred by.
Just hold on, regardless of whether it's applicable or not, does that deter the key argument over the market forces, over dual?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, whereas we recognize that dual is a prominent sport as per the facts, it is supposed to be regulated. Therefore, it trying to seek refuge under the law yet it is not being regulated or recognized as a sport of application by the National Sports Act is a detriment to the commercial rights that are covered under Section 76, that the claimants are trying to ride on to exploit these athletes, Your Lordship.
That's the question I'm asking, that regardless of whether the Sports Act applies or not, does that affect the commercial rights which are in dispute here?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. In response to your question, if at all the claimants had based on the Contracts Act, singularly, without application of the National Sports Act, we would then consider such a position. But since they're driving them together, Your Lordships, we pray that the application of that is dropped down and we focus on the application of contract law, as it has been established by my lead counsel, that the contract or the consent form is a vitiatable contract. With that, Your Lordships, I pray to submit on merits 2 and 3. Your Lordships, the claimants have indeed established that Lubisi has a reputation to protect. However, Your Lordships, that is seen from the facts. The claimants made an assertion that the Uganda Dual Premier League is what is having a reputation in this case as to passing off. However, Your Lordships, I invite this Honorable Court to the facts under paragraph 3 of the factual background. Lubisi Uganda Limited is the entity that is providing a service which is covered under the tort of passing off and not the Uganda Dual Premier League. The Uganda Dual Premier League is just an event where these teams that engage in the dual sport come and exhibit the talent. But the service that is of contention here is sponsorship. As issue 2 rightly focuses on AXO brands infringing on the position as to the services being rendered by Lubisi Uganda Limited. That is why the claimants also front an argument of ambush marketing. With that, Your Lordships, I would move to misrepresentation. Your Lordships, we shall not dispute the position of the claimants as to what is representation. However, Your Lordships, in the case of Britannia Aligned Uganda Limited, Industries Limited versus Air Biscuits, Uganda Limited, civil suit 24 of 2009 at page 8, it is clear that for misrepresentation, there has to be a deception, Your Lordships. This is equally re-echoed by Justice Stephen Mubi, by Justice Musa Sekana, in the case of A plus funeral management versus A class funeral services, particularly at page 10, if I may read in verbatim, Your Lordship. In an act of passing off, a distinction should be drawn between misrepresentation causing mere confusion and a misrepresentation causing deception. Your Lordships, this court should consider that the purpose of passing off is as to the source of a product or a service. Justice Sekana goes on and acknowledges that indeed it is a matter of fact that some degree of confusion always exists in the market. With this, Your Lordships, I would go ahead and establish to this honorable court, under his doctrine, that most of us refer to as the reasonable mourner's dictum, or the dictum of a reasonable consumer. Your Lordships, since Lubisi is a service provider, they can't claim infringement as to their fuel products. Now we move to misrepresentation as to their service of sponsorship. Your Lordships, Musa Sekana goes ahead and states that there is need as to misrepresentation since a reasonable mourner or a reasonable consumer is an average person endowed with average intellect as to the good or service that they are interested in. And these people ordinarily take observation so as to make a decision. It is with this, Your Lordships, that it is our position that indeed the respondents have not established deception. Moving on to damages, Your Lordships, in the case of
Your time is up, so you can just have 2 minutes to wrap it up.
Oh, much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, I would move to issue 3. But it's also key to note that the applicants have not proved the position of ambush marketing. But in live scenarios, ambush marketing can be legal or illegal.
Maybe, Council, for clarity, when you say that they have not proved, so then you need to take us through what they were required to do to prove.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, I will do that in 30 seconds. Thoroughly defines that for ambush marketing to be present, there has to be an affiliation with sponsorship. From paragraph 5 of the instant facts, we do not see Axo brands using any of the affiliated marks like logos associated with the league. They only go ahead and invite a player who is trying to economically benefit from his individual rights as established in Proline through an endorsement. And with this, Your Lordships, we don't see an affiliation with the league, but rather a purely individual and economic contract between Axo brands and the sportsman. Moving on to issue 3, Your Lordships. Your Lordships, we shall not contest the application of section 37 and 31. However, we are going to focus on the defense that is provided for under the law, particularly under section 14, clause subsection 1, paragraph F, and subsection 2 of the same provision. Subsection 2 goes an extra mile of showing what would be used in determining fair use. There is purpose, the nature of the work, substantiality, and effect in the market. Your Lordships, as to purpose, it is clear that indeed the reason as to why we are having the reproduction is covered under section 14, subsection 1, paragraph F, which is relating to reproduction of work for reporting on current events. Your Lordships, if I may put it to this honorable court, in the case of British Broadcasting Corporation versus British Satellite Broadcasting Limited, 1973, volume 1, All English Reports, Chancellery Division, from page 241 to 278, it is clear that in the event where a broadcast is rebroadcasted, but the purpose and nature in which it is satisfies the provisions of the law, then it cannot amount to an infringement. Your Lordships, moving on to the substantiality or the nature.
Council, you read that judgment extensively.
Yes, Your Lordship.
There were limitations. Address this honorable court to the limitations raised in that.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. That limitation still drives us back to the way this work is being used. Your Lordship, as I'm going to establish this, I want this honorable court to still recall the provision of section 14, subsection 1, paragraph F. In this, Your Lordships, I'm going to first establish the nature of the work.
Section 14 of what law?
Of the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act, Cap 222. Your Lordships, the nature of the rebroadcast that is being occasioned by Yaka TV is an excerpt, Your Lordship, in form of highlights. Now, what do we mean by an excerpt? Your Lordship, an excerpt is a minimal portion of a broadcast. And in this, since we are saying that the nature of the work is minimal compared to the duration of a sport, Your Lordship, the requirement of nature does not pass. But then also, Your Lordships, we are going to harmonize this in 2 ways. One, as to the purpose for the rebroadcast, and
you need to really
balancing.
wrap it up because you've gone beyond your time.
Much of that, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, as I conclude on issue 3, I invite this honorable court to be persuaded by the Kenyan case of Radio Africa Limited versus the Standard Group, PLC, and another, at page 12, paragraph 42, where it was eloquently elaborated by the Kenyan High Court that if at all a rebroadcast is maintained in its original form, then such a rebroadcast falls within the ambits of the fair use defense. Your Lordships, in the facts, unless the claimants are going to bring their own facts to show that indeed the originality of the work was altered, this court is inclined to establish that indeed there was fair use since there was no alteration of the broadcast. Your Lordships, as I sum up, it is our prayers as the defendants that since the claimants have not proved their case, and also this honorable court should be keen to consider, as it was elaborated in the
Counsel,
case.
I'm sorry, whereas your time is up, but permit me just for clarity.
Much obliged, Your
You
Lordship.
submit that where there is no distortion of the original work, there is no copyright infringement.
Your Lordship, not distortion, but alteration of the original work.
One leads to the other. So where there is no alteration
Yes, Your
of the
Lordship.
original work,
Yes, Your Lordship.
there is no infringement.
The position is not that because there is no alteration, there is no infringement. However, where the original
Before you go to
broadcast-
the exception or the however, what is your client's case vis-a-vis the position that this work was not altered, or the original version or broadcast was not altered?
Much
Convince us on that.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, still in the case of Radio Africa,
Okay, Council, just to be simple, give us the position.
Our
and
position
you
is-
support it with the
case.
authority.
much obliged, Your Lordship. Our position is that the work was never altered to remove the defense of fair use, since it was maintained in its original form, but rather just reproduced to the public. But it's also key to note that the economic structure of Uganda is not a uniform plane. That is the reason as to why we are having broadcasting companies that are free to air, which are easily accessed. And in our alternatives,
Is
Your
that
Lordship,
a statutory defense or
much obliged,
a
Your Lordship.
public policy defense?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, in proving the respondent's case, counsel for the respondent is not limited to the law only. Why? This case comes from real life scenarios. Therefore, we should consider the actual perspective of the world outside.
So
The
Is
reason
the-
as why
Is the world concerned about someone's rights in IP?
much obliged, Your
Who
Lordship.
is that world?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. The world we are talking of in this particular case are the fans, the people who are going to pick interest in the dual sport. Your Lordship, if I may revert back to my submission. The free-to-air station is actually helping citizens enjoy their constitutional right of access to information. If we look at Article 41, Clause 2, it clearly stipulates the limitation of that right. The limitation is national security and also sovereignty of a state, which the claimants have not established, Your Lordship. Their position tends to limit information that is supposed to be enjoyed by the entire population of Uganda to the people who can only access a subscription-based broadcasting organization. But since the claimants, the defendants go ahead and just show excerpts, minimal excerpts, Your Lordship, we are intriguing the public. And in the event of that, in the long run, Your
Maybe
Lordship,
as you conclude, Council,
Yes, Your
maybe the
Lordship.
question is, was the manner in which the work was used, does that fall within the fair use exception? Is it exempted?
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yes or no?
Your Lordship, as we have clearly elaborated before this honorable court, under our submissions, in line with Section 14, subsection 1 and 2 of the Copyrights and Neighboring Rights Act, it is very clear from the facts, from the face of it, that the provisions or requirements set under subsection 2 are present on the side of the respondents. But then also, Your Lordship, it is key that we note...
I think you've really overstretched.
Much obliged, Your Lordship.
We'll just have to stop you there. What are your prayers?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, the respondents' prayers are, 1, that this case is determined in favor of the respondents. And also, it's our prayer that this honorable court...
How do we want court to determine it in favor of the respondents?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Through our averments as the respondents,
Simply
which
give-
what are...
Simply say probably to declare that the response are innocent. I don't want to give you a suggestive answer.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, in this, we pray that this Honorable Court declares the consent form that is being relied upon by the claimants to be vitiated.
Okay, if court finds that whatever they have prayed for is not relevant, is not applicable, and therefore they have not proved their case, therefore?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. We pray that this case is dismissed, but also,
thank you.
we pray that this Honorable Court awards costs to the respondents.
Okay, thank
With
you
this, Your
very
Lordship,
much.
as counsel for the respondent, I rest our case and
you.
leave the floor to the claimants to give their rebuttal. Much obliged, Your
Are
Lordship.
you the lead judge to give them that opportunity?
Much obliged, Your Lordship.
Thank
It's
you.
a form of courtesy since it's their case.
Thank you. Claimants, you now have 3 minutes for your rebuttal.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. The claimants raise on the 3 issues that have been deliberated upon by the respondents. On the first issue of image rights, they have questioned the clauses that pertain or that were encouraged in the case of Proline Soccer Academy. We want to take this honorable court to paragraph 3 of the fact pattern, wherein we are seeing that the duration of this sponsorship is going to be 5 years. In paragraph 4, clause 1 of the fact pattern, we have title rights that have been given to BC Uganda Limited. Paragraph 4, clause 2 of the fact pattern, we have intellectual property rights that have been granted to BC Uganda Limited. Paragraph 4, clause 3 of the fact pattern, we have now an image rights clause, now which is going to conclude everything through a team consent form, which therefore shows that the duration and all the different clauses that are necessary for making the team consent form valid are also known and are also clear in our facts before us today. Now, they have also questioned on the applicability of the National Sports Act. However, looking at paragraph 1 of the fact pattern, line 3 specifically, we realize that the facts tell us that the national sport is recognized in these particular facts, therefore bringing in the legal machinery under the National Sports Act. Looking at the next thing they have also questioned on, which is the issue of negotiation. We respond in respect to that particular question that when you look at the grammatical context that is around the statement that is in the team consent form, which we submit that a broad clause granting the exclusive right to use the images, names, facsimiles, and biographical data of all UDPL players collectively or individually for promotion and advertising purposes related to the sponsorship. Now, the statement in question that follows now that one is that the players are required to sign a team consent form. We are going to grammatically break that statement to illustrate that it had the capacity to give an individual player an opportunity to negotiate. Now, the statement, the players, it's just the subject of the statement, are required, it's the verb, and then to sign a team consent form becomes the noun and the adjective. Now, what do you pick from this? It's that the individual is not mandated by the particular phrase that is being talked about. It's not a must. It would be different if it stated the players must sign the team consent form. It would mean it's a do or die and you're not supposed to negotiate. But the statement says the players are required. Requiring meaning it's an obligation that as you enter this league, this is what we are saying. Therefore, you who also has an issue, you bring that issue on board at that particular time. It is different if it had stated the players must sign the team consent form as a prerequisite for entering the league. It would mean it would bring in their argument of coercion, it would bring in their argument of unfair bargaining position, which now we submit does not exist in the team consent form before us today. They have also talked about the restraint of trade, which we submit does not exist. My time is up. That concludes our submission on the rebuttal. Mate, please.
Before you sit, you've heard from their side, they indicated that this was more of like a contractual and further entrenched in a sports arrangement. Why are you before the High Court? Acutely aware of the provisions of the National Sports Act regarding sports disputes, that they must be referred to arbitration. Do you think you're competently before this court?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Yes, we are competently before this court. On the issue of the requirement of negotiation, we submit that these three issues put together bring about...
You've already addressed that.
Yes.
The nature of the dispute. It's a sports arrangement dispute. You are before the High Court. The National Sports Act bars you to come here. You're supposed to go for arbitration. So my question is, do you think you're competently before this honorable court?
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Yes, we are competently before this honorable court. We are looking at the section 79 of the Trademarks Act, which says that any matter arising from this act is taken to the commercial court. Copyright and Neighboring Act, section 44, stipulates that when a matter is before, when any matter comes up for adjudication or any dispute is taken before the High Court. In these particular instances, arbitration in this particular clause, in absentia of an arbitral clause, would not be the best remedy. May it please the court.
Arbitration was by way of submission to the federation, to the association. It wasn't contractual in the agreement, but the fact that you're part of this association and now you're governed by the National Sports Act. Anyway, just briefly, what qualifies your dispute automatically to be under? I'm not saying it doesn't qualify under the Trademarks or the Copyrights Act. Those are other primary legislations of a given subject. If it's employment, I'm a player, I will sign a contract and it will be governed by one, the Contracts Act, then the Employment Act. But there is the subject legislation which is governing our relationship, which is the National Sports Act. Now, when a dispute arises, where do I go? Do I go to the industrial court, or I restrict my dispute before the sports arbitration? In summary, guide this honorable court why they should not dismiss your dispute for being before a wrong court. For us, we see it's an arbitration dispute. Maybe you will tell us what it is and why it qualifies to be before this honorable court. Thank you.
Much obliged, Your Lordship. Arbitration itself, Your Lordship, recognizes contractual rights, which in this particular instance arise from signing the team consent form. In this regard, by so having contractual rights being breached and they bring about commercial disputes, would infer that would be before this High Court. May it please the court.
Okay, thank you very much. We've heard the arguments by the claimants as well as the respondents and the rebuttal. Court will take a short recess and come up with this verdict. They can go out. Oh, okay. Okay. So both counsel for the claimant and the respondent can be discharged.
Ladies and gentlemen, counsel for claimant and the respondents are just going to step out as the judges make their verdict and communicate the same. But just a reminder to those maybe that have been experiencing this for the first time, I think you can see that this is why lawyers charge legal fees. Sometimes you think just standing before the court is a small matter. As you can see, it is not a small matter. I saw one being given an assist of a tissue box in there because arguing that case is not a simple matter. It is not a simple matter. But we appreciate all the students that have been a part of this. To our board chair and the Registrar General, we have a few awards that will be given just a bit shortly as we wait for the verdict of the judges. But we are going to award the best memorial for the claimant. We are going to award the best memorial for the respondent, best memorial overall. We'll award the best oralist as well. We will also award the third runners-up, those that came in fourth, the second runners-up who came in third, the first runners-up who came in second, and then the winner, the best overall team. And like I mentioned, there are a number of prizes. We'll be giving them certificates as well, but there are a number of prizes lined up for each of the students that have participated. In a special way, we want to recognize Gulu University, that I believe is here, and Bishop Stewart as well, that is here as well. If you could just stand and wave Gulu University and Bishop Stewart University. Thank you so much. They traveled all the way to be a part of this, and they were a part of the process. But we had many universities that took part in this Moot competition. So as the judges are just tallying, I just wanted to inform you that we have those awards going to be given. And right after the awards ceremony, we'll ask you not to leave too early. We have lunch prepared for you as well on the first floor. That will be the last thing right before we go out for lunch. So those are the awards that are lined up. We'll just give the judges a few minutes to tally up the scores as well. I'll ask the media team to just play a few clips from the students that were participating in the Moot competition as well, just to know what this process has been like for them. And like I mentioned, URSB is embarking on this new venture, just to interest a lot of the students in intellectual property studies and know what it is about, get to know about the subject, how it applies in their situations, the cases that we'll be handling, because we know that they are being groomed for the marketplace. So we know that this is a very, very important thing that we are doing. And we know that there are those that are watching online. We had an overflow, so we had a group of participants that was watching from the training room just opposite the auditorium, but we also have those that have been joining from Zoom, those that are joining online on YouTube, and we just want to encourage each and every one of you can share this and let everyone be a part of the conversation as well. Be a part of the conversation. You can share the link. This has been broadcast live and can always be accessed even after the celebration. So I'll invite just the media team to just play a few of the clips as we give the judges some time to finish with the tallying.
My name is Gwani Jordan Andrew, and I am Moot from Islamic University in Kampala, Kampala campus. The value that URSB is adding to the world of intellectual property, and particularly through initiatives like competitions that focus on the application, so as to get the feasible application and interaction between intellectual property in the literal sense of copyright and neighboring rights, but also how these rights extend to other fields. Now, most people think that these rights are limited to music, film, and songs, and also books. However, we are seeing from these competitions that intellectual property cuts across very many fields. For instance, in this particular Moot competition, we have focused on how intellectual property is applied and understood as regards to sports law, which is also a form of a commercial field that has to bring in revenue to the participants. And indeed, it's through this that we are seeing sensitization ongoing, as we are seeing that even those who don't know that actually sports is covered under intellectual property get to know this. With this, I think URSB is adding as to sensitization and actualization of how intellectual property rights can be achieved in Uganda.
My name is Buyungo Anthony, a student from Makerere University, participant in the very first URSB Moot. It's an intellectual property Moot that rhymes with this year's theme of intellectual property in sport. Intellectual property has developed and similarly to touch into sport, which really sport was initially a recreational activity with local sport developing, but with the commercialization of incorporeal properties, intellectual property has cut into the sports arena. It's for these rights that arise from sporting activities, that they have developed a need to look at the laws in Uganda to address the peculiarities of intellectual property, but in specific relation with sport. Now, in Uganda, we've had statutes like the National Sports Act, which is very recent, to address quite a number of things that including intellectual property rights that arise from sporting events. And of recent, in 2024, we've had a decision of Proline Soccer Academy versus MTN Uganda and others, where Justice Moviru really brings out clearly that intellectual property rights in regards to image rights in sports. Now, the development with sports also comes with the development of image rights in the sporting activities. So the exploitation of these rights comes down to be litigated in court, and there is an urge in this new developing area of law to draw clear-cut lines between the individual rights of players and quality athletes and their relation of those rights to their clubs, their associations, and typical commercialization. It's for those reasons that we are here today to participate in the intellectual property law Moot, and I'm very grateful to have participated for Makerere University.
My name is Luwaga Jonelian, a student from Uganda Christian University, and such an honor participating in this first World Intellectual Property Day Moot Court competition. Now, the question on how it has influenced my understanding of intellectual property and sports is that looking at the problem and how it had been framed, we had limited time to make research and also be able to come up with the legal arguments. So we had to do adhesive research, extensive enough that we are able to address the core issues. So intellectual property in this particular instance had been limited to particular areas of the law, such as music, such as other health and the law and others. However, in this particular mode, we have been able to address it looking at the perspective from sports law. Now, in this particular instance, we have looked at copyright. We have also been looking at broadcasting rights. We have also been able to look at trademark infringement and also image rights.
All right.
Now,
so I have been informed that the judges have done their job, and let's appreciate the judges. I am always, and I will always say this at every function that Dr. Kakoza is in, but he is the reason as to why I went into intellectual property in the first place. Yes. But thank God I don't have to argue before you. At least. So I am going to ask, we are going to have the awards given, and I will ask the team to just be ready with the awards. And there are those that we are going to start with. I'm going to ask the Registrar General and the Board Chair, represented by Ms. Teresa Namwacha, as well as the board member. Yes, to please come to the front as we award the students. The judges have asked that I do the first awards and then they will award the rest. So I'm going to give an award for the best memorial for the claimant, the best memorial for the respondent, and the best memorial overall. So for the best memorial for the claimant, that goes to Gulu University. So the team from Gulu. Gulu University, I know you are represented. Please do come, the team. Being given a certificate of merit, thank you so much. After evaluating for the claimants, they had the best memorial. Thank you so much. And then the best memorial for the respondents, that was Bishop Stewart University. Bishop Stewart University, this is best in Mbara. Thank you so much. And thank you for also coming all the way. Such a large team. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And then after Bishop Stewart, the best memorial overall, this was awarded to Uganda Christian University. So when this was being evaluated, we looked at the claimant and the respondent, and we scored them based on what was submitted. So Uganda Christian University, thank you so much. The best memorial overall. Congratulations, Uganda Christian University. The best memorial overall. Wonderful. All right. So as the judges are standing, they are just going to announce they are the third runners-up, the second runners-up, the first runners-up, and the winners, as well as the best oralist. So I'll hand over to the lead judge. All right, so for the third runners-up, let me just announce them. The third runners-up was Utamu. I don't know if Utamu is here. Is Utamu is here? Yes. Utamu is getting a certificate. They're getting certificates of merit and a cash prize as well. And we're also proud to announce that Utamu, the students shall have an internship placement at URSB. Let me invite the board members. Yes. Miss Jackie, yes, please do come. Thank you, Utamu. Second runners-up who are getting certificates. They're also getting a cash prize and internship at URSB. Was Makerere University. Congratulations. Now the lead judge will announce the best oralist, the first runners-up, and the overall winner.
Thank you. Best oralist, Mr. Gwanyi Jordan Andrew. You can see that it's okay to sweat in sports, it's always worth it. First runner-up with 71 points, Islamic University in Uganda.
And the
winning team, Uganda Christian University with 81 points.
Registrar General. Yes. We'll ask the board chair, Ms. Teresa Damwach. Congratulations, Uganda Christian University, on winning the first ever World Intellectual Property Day Moot competition. And like we mentioned, there is a tuition scholarship for the winner. Proudly sponsored by Max, but I feel like I should not be the one to announce these details. The judge is here, Mr. Kajubi. Would you want to come and give details of the scholarship to the winners?
Okay, thank you so much. The organizers, URSB, were proudly associated with this event. I'm here in two capacities. One, as a judge, but also I've been requested by the partner, senior partner, Mr. Adrico, senior counsel, was supposed to be here to present this check to the winners. But briefly, we congratulate the winners. And number two, been instructed to communicate to the audience through the Registrar General that Max is going to offer a full tuition sponsorship to the best team. This will cover a full academic year. And then lastly, either from the winners or the second, rather the first runners-up, Max is also offering an internship, either internship or clerkship, depending at the level of the education where you'll be. In the event that I've joined LDC, they'll be given an opportunity to come and do clerkship or internship at Max Advocates, in particular IP and other related departments. Thank you so much and congratulations. We look forward to supporting URSB and to champion WIPO's gospel in ensuring that the students in education institutions, academic institutions, they get this massive and extensive awareness regarding IP. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And for that matter, I'm going to ask Mr. Kajubi and the entire Max team that is here to just come to the front and take a picture as well.
Lillian, Shilev.
Yes, so Mr. Kajubi can represent the managing partner at Max. Thank you so much for this. This is something we also want to interest many of the law firms that are present here. As you can see, there is so much talent in the universities, there's so much talent in the schools, there is so much that we can do as well. So take interest in this as well. We are always willing to partner as URSB. Like I mentioned, this is just the first of many. Congratulations. Let's give it up for UCU. And for all the competitors as well. Thank you so much. And let's appreciate our judges. Dr. Anthony Kakoza, Mr. Brian Kajubi, and our very own Mr. Dennis Birungi. And on that note, allow me also, in a special way, appreciate Dennis, Mr. Dennis Birungi, and also Mr. Leon Senyange as well. Let's please come and just... Mr. Leon Senyange approached us with this, and we said it is something that we could partner with when it comes to this, the Moot competition. And we are very, very willing to support and work with him. And he has also been very, very supportive throughout the celebrations for the World IP Day. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a part of this very unique celebration for World Intellectual Property Day. It has been wonderful to have each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being a part of this. A big appreciation to all the students that have participated in this. to the students that also came from the different schools as well. Thank you so much for being a part of the World IP Day celebrations. So at this point, I'm just going to invite the Deputy Registrar General, Registries, Mr. Antale Mustafa, to give us brief closing remarks. Then we will stand up for the anthems in reverse, starting with East Africa and Uganda, and close the day.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I know the sugar levels have significantly gone down, and we take full responsibility for that. So I'll use very few minutes, not exceeding 2. First of all, thank you very much for being with us for the whole day and taking interest in all what we have been discussing. I appreciate all the presenters, our esteemed judges, and the participants. I congratulate all those who have been awarded with different achievements, and we really look forward to more engagements as URSB with you. I gave myself 2 minutes, and I think I shouldn't exceed the 2 minutes, just to appreciate you for being with us, and I wish you a better day going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mustafa. Apologies for the smoke, but when it comes to sports, we have to celebrate in style. Yes. So let's all rise for the anthems. And I just want to make an announcement for the teams that participated in the Moot competition. Right after this, you'll also just go to the training room that is opposite, just for a debriefing and any other communication that will be passed on to you. So let's have the anthems. Thank you so much. Once again, special guests will be ushered just to the level 5 for lunch. The rest of us will have our lunch in level 1, the cafeteria. Oh, everyone is special. Yes, everyone. The RG has corrected me, so everyone is special. But yes, we have people that will just usher you to where you are going to be having your lunch from. Thank you once again, and we hope to see you at our next events. And God bless you as you go along your day.